So guys, if you are preparing for the RBI Grade B Phase 2 for the year 2025, you know that under the economic and social issues component, one of the important thing to note down here is that there is no defined pattern. So there are different aspects of questions that have been asked. We have seen 1 year, there was questions from reports. Then we've seen questions from ESI current affairs being asked. There was question from ESI static being asked. Then somehow in some examination, the schemes were dominating here. So there is no defined pattern. But one thing that is important for you guys is to able to understand that if they're asking question on reports, what sort of reports they're asking, what type of questions they're asking. If they're asking you on question on schemes, what type of questions they're asking, what type of case study based things they are asking. And for that purpose, we are helping you by providing you a solved PYQs that is from the year 2021 onwards with respect to this section of economic and social issues. So this will really help you in boosting your preparation with respect to the examination, guys. And if you do not have the PYQs, guys, first of all, I would request that the link is given in the description below. You can download the previous year questions paper from that specific link, where the decoded syllabus, if I talk about your PYQs, are being provided to you from the given guidebook. Along with that, guys, if you are targeting this year's examination, obviously, if you want that this should be a defined way where you can prepare here, you can also subscribe to the phase 2 live crash course of the RBI Grade B. That is where we are offering you live classes. We are offering you solved previous year question papers as I am discussing with you, solved. So you can watch this video. Another solved PYQs will be here. Your chapter wise test will be here. And the important thing, you will be getting full length test. So if you are going for economic and social issues, your classes of schemes, reports, static concepts will be taken here. Finance and management, that you can tackle from the live classes and you can interact with the teacher here. If somehow you are familiar with the topics, you have read them on your own, but you want something or you want to analyze yourself whether you are on right track or not, for that purpose, guys, you can also go with our phase 2 dedicated test series, where you will be getting your solved previous year question paper, chapter wise mock test, current phase mock test, and full length tests are going to be provided to you. Okay, so now guys, let's begin with the video where we are going to solve the previous year questions paper of 2021 to 2024 with you guys. Okay, chale ji.
If I talk about first question of a scheme that has been asked, so guys, there was a passage on the Amrut mission or on the जवाहरलाल नेहरू नेशनल अर्बन रूरल लाइवलीहुड मिशन. तो अर्बनाइजेशन और माइग्रेशन पे एक पैराग्राफ था. नाउ इफ आई से व्हाई दिस पैराग्राफ हैज बीन आस्क्ड, लुक एट द वन थिंग दैट नीड्स टू बी एनालाइज्ड इन दिस PYQs आर दैट syllabus, the questions that have been asked in your examinations are directly from the syllabus of RBI. And if I say these questions, the questions, majority of questions were basically being asked 4 to 5 months before your examination. Yes guys, you are getting me right. ज्यादातर क्वेश्चन आपके 5 से 6 महीने पहले ही आए हैं. If I give you an example here, ठीक है, if I give you an example here, look at the question that has been asked on Amrut mission. ठीक है, Amrut mission, not Amrut 2.0, because Amrut 2.0 तो 2021 में आया है. Amrut mission पे क्वेश्चन था when the Amrut mission was extended by 2 years to 2022. So see, on December 2018, December 2019, this scheme was basically being seen in news. ठीक है, तो दिसंबर में ये चीज न्यूज में थी. So from there, this specific question was basically being asked for our examination. ठीक है जी, तो दिसंबर में ये चीज न्यूज में थी. ठीक है, now first say the first question that has been asked is what is the full form of state annual action plan, that is SAAP की full form क्या होती है. तो answer here is state annual action plan. And if I talk about from which dimension of the scheme the question has been asked, question आपका ask हुआ था, that is the object from the objective of that specific scheme. Coming to the next question, guys, the next question is which of the following statements are not correct with respect to the Amrut mission. So here these 4 statements are being given. ठीक है जी, अब मैं आपको फिर बोल रहा हूँ, you do not have to cram these things. Just have a look at this paragraph, ठीक है, and this will really help you in analyzing that what you have to keep in mind when you are preparing for your upcoming examination. ठीक है जी, तो अगर मैं बात करूँ यहाँ पे, ठीक है जी, तो here guys, the option number 4, that is preserving character of the sole heritage city and facilitating the heritage link. तो heritage link की बात तो नहीं होती, heritage link की बात तो हृदय स्कीम के अंदर होती है. So that's why the option number D here is incorrect. ठीक है जी, अगर मैं बात करूं ये क्वेश्चन किस डायमेंशन पे है, तो this was again a question from the objective of that specific scheme. Next question is guys the financial sharing basis of Amrut scheme. ठीक है, financial sharing, that is the question is basically on the funding pattern of a scheme. तो funding pattern अमृत का कितना था, that is 50:50 between center and state. ठीक है, but now guys the important for us is AMRUT 2.0 scheme, because AMRUT scheme has been revamped and AMRUT 2.0 scheme has been extended till 2026. तो वो चीज अब हमारे लिए ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाती है. ठीक है जी. Coming to the next question on that specific, that is AMRUT scheme, the question that has been asked is which of the following scheme has basically been replaced by the AMRUT scheme. Okay, so if I talk about the thing, the answer here is that is the Janurum scheme. That is the question on urbanization and migration that has been asked. तो यहाँ पे majority of students said कि यहाँ पे जो question था that was basically talking about the Jawaharlal Nehru Urban Rural Livelihood Mission, which was replaced by the AMRUT mission. So if I talk about this specific question, guys, this specific questions could be related to restructuring or amalgamation of the स्कीम. ठीक है, बिकॉज जनूरम स्कीम जो थी वो अमेलगमेट हुई थी, रिस्ट्रक्चर हुई थी, तब वो बनी थी अमृत स्कीम. सो दैट इज व्हाई फ्रॉम दिस स्पेसिफिक थिंग ऑफ अ स्कीम द क्वेश्चन हैज बीन आस्क्ड. ठीक है, सो हियर व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग टू यू इज द क्वेश्चंस दैट आर बीइंग आस्क्ड इन योर एग्जामिनेशन, किस किस डायमेंशन से द क्वेश्चंस आर बीइंग आस्क्ड फ्रॉम दैट स्पेसिफिक scheme, so that you could easily be able to understand that what are the things that needs to be kept in mind and how the questions were being asked in this specific examination. Now guys, coming to the next question, that is by how many years the AMRUT scheme has been extended, the thing that I have discussed with you. ठीक है जी, कि 2022 तक AMRUT scheme जो थी वो extend हुई थी. ठीक है, that is the thing from where the question has been asked. ठीक है जी, so here it has been extended by 2 years. That is again restructuring or amalgamation of a scheme. The question has been asked from that specific thing. ठीक है जी, चलिए. Next question is guys on the PM Kisan scheme. ठीक है, there were 3 questions on the PM Kisan scheme. If I say from where this specific scheme has been asked, ठीक है जी, again if we look at that specific link, तो देखो your examination was on 1st of April 2021 and C on 17th of March 2021 this scheme was seen in news. तो PM किसान स्कीम के ऊपर एक full fledged article जो था that has been asked in that specific thing. So as I again want to say कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग participate करो. ठीक है, because I think I want from you that whether you guys are able to understand the thing ना that we are explaining to you, that why the purpose of this thing is because this examination will really help you in making the strategy for 2023. ठीक है, this examination will really help you in making strategy for the 2023 examination also. Now coming to the PM Kisan scheme, the questions that have been asked. ठीक है जी, the question that is in December 2020, that is how much money was credited, which means the question has basically been asked from the current development of the scheme. So current development में से आपको क्वेश्चन आया था कि कितने, that is how much money or how much amount has been transferred to the beneficiary farmers by December 2020. ठीक है, just 4 to 5 months before your examination. Then the next question is guys fixed amount. देखो basic question on PM Kisan scheme has been asked. We know what is the fixed amount of pension that is being given under the PM Kisan scheme. तो कितनी होती है? It is that is rupees 6,000. And again this question if I talk about is basically from the objective of the scheme, that is objective, features, targets. So this is basically from this specific thing that the question has been asked in your examination. ठीक है जी. Then guys there is a question on the eligibility of the PM Kisan scheme. It says that all landholders of families in the countries are eligible for PM Kisan scheme except which among the following who are not eligible. So here guys one thing is really important. If I talk about this specific question, this question was really tough because it requires a very in-depth knowledge of PM Kisan scheme. ठीक है, अगर आप बेसिक पढ़ के जा रहे हो, if you are reading just the basic things of PM Kisan scheme, if I say like for example aim of the scheme, objective of the scheme, you are not going so much in depth of the scheme. ठीक है, so this question was tough. So this is a learning from the examination of 2021 which could really help the students for preparing the examination of 2022. ठीक है, and similarly in 2023 you guys can expect that yes, the common schemes, the flagship schemes that are being consistently seen in news, the question could be asked really from in depth of that scheme also. Okay, so if I talk about this specific answer, so here guys all of these are eligible. ठीक है, so the question is basically on the eligibility criteria of that specific scheme. ठीक है जी, चलिए, which means these are the exceptions. Okay, चलो next question if I talk about guys, next question is a 1 mark question. तो अभी हमने डिस्कस किए थे around 8 questions, that is 8 questions were basically 2 markers. So 16 marks were basically from the 2 markers questions that have been asked. Now when I talk about 1 marker question guys, so here you have seen in the examination of 2022 that we have seen recently रिसेंट एग्जामिनेशन में हमने क्या दिखा, तो देखो फ्रॉम हियर इफ यू हैव एनालाइज दिस पेपर थॉरली यू वुड रियली be able to solve those questions. Although you will at least you might have an idea that these kind of questions will come. For example, we have seen 3 case studies that have been asked in this year examination. ठीक है, so here this year they have asked a question in form of case study, but in the examination of 2021 basically the match the following questions was asked in 2021 also. So guys in 2023 you guys can expect a question that is के match the following भी हो सकता है और case study दोनों mix करके there could be a question in the examination of 2023 for you. Okay, so if I talk about these specific schemes, the first is basically street vendors who are getting 10,000 as working capital. ठीक है, street vendors getting 10,000 rupees as the form of working capital. So if I talk about this specific thing, we know this is related to your ऑप्शन नंबर दे स्वानिधि स्कीम की बात करें तो स्वानिधि के अंदर वर्किंग कैपिटल लोन दिया जाता है. ठीक है जी. देन इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द सेकंड स्पेसिफिक थिंग दैट इज सर्वेइंग एंड मैपिंग. सो सर्वेइंग के पास में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पंचायती राज हैज लॉन्च्ड अ स्कीम फॉर सर्वेइंग पर्पस दैट इज द स्वामित्व स्कीम. ठीक है, एंड इट इज नॉट दैट इज अगर ईपीएफ कंट्रीब्यूशन की बात करो तो अंडर द गरीब कल्याण रोजगार योजना देयर इज नथिंग टॉकिंग अबाउट ईपीएफ एम्प्लॉयज प्रोविडेंट फंड कंट्रीब्यूशन की बात वहां पे नहीं होती. सो दैट्स व्हाई गाइस योर आंसर बिकम्स ओनली दैट इज ए इज मैच्ड विद ऑप्शन नंबर 3 and B is matched with option number 1. And third statement is not talking about the Garib Kalyan Yojana. And if I talk about these specific things, so these are 3 schemes that were being seen in news, and the question is basically from the objective of that specific news. ठीक है जी, चलो next question when I talk about guys Operation Greens. So there was a question that is a statement based questions. Now guys if I talk about this specific examination 2021 when I go back there, the important thing is the statement based questions time consuming. Second thing to understand is we were not expecting the questions to be so much in depth. ठीक है, objective questions statement based in depth, so that's why these kind of questions are something new that we have seen in the examination of 2021. अगर बच्चों ने if you have analyzed this paper of 2021 guys, this will really help you in 2022 because this year the students were prepared that there will be statement based questions. So if you can analyze this type of questions, so important thing to understand here is that why the question has been asked. ठीक है, first question comes to my mind is why the question has been asked. So here you can see on 10th of Feb 2021, ठीक है, just 2 months before your examination, the Operation Green scheme was basically seen in news. So that is the reason the question have been asked from the Operation Green scheme. So guys, my purpose of showing you the questions from where that specific question has been asked is the reason for that is so that you can able to understand. जैसे अमृत स्कीम हमने पढ़ा, मैंने आपको बोला दिसंबर 2019 में आया था वे बैक, बट अमृत स्कीम कंसिस्टेंटली पीआईबी में भी न्यूज में आती है. ठीक है, काफी टाइम अमृत स्कीम पीआईबी में न्यूज आती है. इन बजट अमृत स्कीम वाज बेसिकली बीइंग टॉक्ड अबाउट. सो दैट इज द रीजन, दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग टू यू इज दैट यू शुड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट फ्रॉम वेयर द क्वेश्चंस आर बेसिकली बीइंग आस्क्ड. Okay, the second point I am discussing with you from that specific thing is what is the dimension from where the questions are being asked. Okay, so if I talk about this specific question guys, the answer for that is option number 1 and 4 because Operation Green is now subsumed under the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, and yes, it will be helping in promoting agri exports from India. देखो only tomato की तो बात ही नहीं हुई. Operation Green was started with an objective of promoting TOP, that is tomato, onion and potato. So second statement becomes incorrect. And mega food parks is not a part under the Operation Green schemes. वो तो मेगा फूड पार्क स्कीम ही अलग है आपकी. So that's why these second and third statement becomes incorrect, and the answer was operation number, that is option number B, 1 and 4. And if I talk about this specific question guys, this question was still I can say this is an easy question to attempt. If you have thoroughly prepared the scheme, you guys can attempt this specific question here. ठीक है जी, चलिए. So this was basically again a question from the objective of that specific scheme. The next question is guys, now see, when I say to you one thing, we have analyzed this thing. Now this is really important to understand here is most of the students might have a question in the mind कि sir whether the questions are being repeated in the examination. ठीक है जी, क्या क्वेश्चंस हो सकता है कि PYQs रिपीट होते हैं. That's why the analyzation of PYQs becomes important. Now see here, there was a question of 1 marker in 2021 on one nation one ration card scheme, and this year in 2022 you have a full-fledged paragraph based question on the one nation one ration card scheme, which means if you thoroughly analyze, so previous year schemes are important for your examination. So now if I say why the question on one nation one ration card has been asked, ठीक है जी. Now again let's see. See, on 12th of March 2021, one nation one ration card was seen in news. ठीक है, जैसे इस बार 36 states बनी हैं, they have basically joined the one nation one ration card scheme. That was the time when मेरा ration card mobile app was basically launched. ठीक है, and department has basically discussed about the one nation one ration card scheme. ठीक है, so again you can see here the relevance of last 3 months is how much these last 3 months are important. When you are preparing for your examination, how much the relevance of last 3 months are important for your examination. So coming to the question is basically asking about which of the following statements are correct regarding the one nation one ration card scheme. It enables the state in better targeting of beneficiaries. Second is elimination of bogus duplicate card holders so that it could result in welfare, enhancing welfare and reduction of leakage. It will ensure seamless interstate portability of ration cards, Aadhaar seedings, and the reforms especially empowers the migratory population, mostly laborers. So if you have basic idea of a scheme, TKG, you still can, I think you can solve this question. The important thing here is why I am saying this thing, these questions are tough because guys, at that time, because first time the pattern was changed in the examination of 2021 and these kind of questions, lengthy questions were time consuming and they were difficult to attempt at that point of time. Okay, so here guys, again the answer is that all these statements are correct about the one nation one ration card scheme. Chaliye, now the next question is guys, sovereign gold bond. This year also you have seen a question on sovereign gold bond. Okay, previous year again there was a question on sovereign gold bond. Now if I say the relation, if I again make a relation here, look at the thing here. Minors will not be allotted even if guardians apply on their behalf. ठीक है, देखो same चीज, similar line, the question on similar thoughts have been asked, but the only thing here is this year, that is in the examination of 2022, the questions were basically in the form of case study. In the examination of 2021, the questions were direct. So case study has been launched, but again अगर आप इन्हीं चीज को क्वेश्चन को ध्यान से देखोगे, if you analyze these questions, you will be seeing on similar line the questions have been asked this year also. Same scheme, similar line of time, the question has been asked. Minors will not be allotted. Discount of ₹50 is applicable when person is applying online. There is a risk capital loss if price of gold declines, and sovereign gold bonds can be used as collateral for borrowing loans. So these are the 4 statements. So guys, if I talk about the correct statement here, 2, 3 and 4 are correct. We know that minors will not be allotted. Doesn't mean because minors can be allotted. We know the share under sovereign gold bond, okay, if guardians are applying on behalf of them. So that's why, and if I say why the question has been asked, again if I say we discuss with you 26th of Feb, ठीक है, that's why guys I have tried to bring each and every question that कितने महीने पुराना आपको करंट अफेयर पढ़ना है, because students generally got confused कि from how many months we have to remember this thing. So this you can see here, ठीक है, that what is the relevance of current affairs when you are preparing for your examination. Okay, so now guys, if I talk about the next question, so here the question is basically from the eligible beneficiaries of sovereign gold bond scheme. Then the next question is on the Digital India mission, that is how many of the apps, how many of the mentioned apps are basically part of the Digital India Healthcare Initiative. ठीक है जी, so this was the question that is basically from the current development of your syllabus. अब मैं आपको बोलूं ये क्वेश्चन आप याद कर लीजिए. No guys, one thing is important that I am telling to you is you do not have to cram these answers. You have to analyze these answers. ठीक है जी, solve the paper, look at the paper that what are the kind of questions that are coming in your examination. ठीक है, because current affair is there, so current developments keep on changing. Okay जी, as there was a question on AMRUT scheme in 2021, but in October 2021 we know AMRUT 2.0 was launched. So now AMRUT 2.0 is important, not AMRUT is important. ठीक है, sovereign gold bond important, asked in 2021, asked in 2022. So you can expect a question in the examination of 2023 also. Now guys, this was all about ESI government schemes. ठीक है, the questions, the 13 questions that were being asked from schemes. As I discussed, the total number of questions, total number of marks that has been asked basically from your schemes are, so 22 marks of paper was from your schemes, which means around 40% of your paper is basically catering from the schemes. ठीक है, now what to be done when you are preparing for government schemes? First of all, you should be very thorough about syllabus. ठीक है, understanding of syllabus is really important. As I have discussed with you, AMRUT scheme, urbanization and migration. Operation Greens, PM Kisan, Indian Agriculture. So understanding of syllabus is important. Then the important thing is the schemes that are being asked in the examination are generally those schemes that are being seen in news. ठीक है, तो जनरली वही स्कीम्स आपको पेपर में पूछी जा रही हैं जो कि न्यूज में होती हैं. ठीक है, नाउ दिस टेल्स अस दैट इज कवरेज. सो कवरेज इफ आई से दैट इज हाउ मच अमाउंट ऑफ कवरेज इज रिक्वायर्ड, दैट आई विल बी डिस्कसिंग. और फिर आता है डायमेंशन जो मैंने आपके साथ यहाँ पे डिस्कस किया. दैट दीज आर द इंपॉर्टेंट डायमेंशंस फ्रॉम वेयर बेसिकली योर क्वेश्चन इज बीइंग आस्क्ड. ठीक है, so we have analyzed a lot on the 2021 examination. So these are the basic dimensions from where the questions have been asked, and I have told you that I have told you that from which specific dimension the question has been asked in your examination. Now guys, if I discuss about this thing, so first of all आता है आपका syllabus. So you should be really thorough about the syllabus of ESI when you are preparing here. Second thing will be the dimensions that I discussed with you. Identification, the question could be asked on these specific dimensions, that is identification of a scheme, eligible beneficiaries under the scheme, nodal ministry under a scheme, funding pattern, budget allocation, current development, association, ठीक है, या फिर restructuring. These are the basic things from where the questions are being asked in your examination. And then guys, if I talk about the coverage for the scheme section, so as we have seen, you can see that majority of questions that were being asked in your examinations are generally 6 to 9 months old before your examination. देखो Feb March, तो सभी मैंने बोला है desired coverage is for 9 months. ठीक है जी, and then the most important among them will be your last 6 months. So the schemes that are being seen in the news from the past 6 months are very important for your examination, that we have seen here also for the phase 2 examination. So now guys, this was about schemes, that is there were 13 questions of 22 marks that have been asked. Now let's move to the second component, that is report section, from where basically 13 questions were being asked. ठीक है जी. So if I talk about from reports guys, there was a question on the OECD's interim report that was being released in the month of March. ठीक है, so here you can see, if I say why the question has been asked, it is again related to our syllabus, that is to the topic of measurement of growth and international economic institutions. Now if I say why the question has been asked, you can again see it here. Just give me a second guys. अगर मैं आपसे डिस्कस करता हूं रिपोर्ट्स क्वेश्चन दैट हैज बीन आस्क्ड, नाउ सी हियर. ठीक है जी, सो यू कैन सी हियर गाइस, द क्वेश्चन वाज बेसिकली, ठीक है, इन द मंथ ऑफ March, there was a report of OECD Economic Outlook report has been released in the month of March. So this tells us this was again a question from the recent report of International Economic Institution, from where your question has basically been asked in your examination. ठीक है जी. Now if I come back to this specific question, so there was a paragraph here. First question was basically being asking us is that this report is basically related to which among the following. So this report was guys basically released by OECD, that is OECD Economic Outlook report was basically being talked about in that specific paragraph. The next question is, what has been the most common measures taken by the government around the world so that it could help alleviate the property on small business, which was taken by the 77% of governments, which means it is basically talking about the key findings of that specific report. ठीक है, so generally we used to remember this specific data कि 77% government ने ये किया. This year the questions that I can say these are really tough to answer, because why? In that specific examination, if I talk about 2021, so here the key recommendations, not talking about factual data, talking about some analytical data of the scheme. That is the one thing that we have seen in the examination of 2021. So if I talk about these things, guys, so here the answer is that the report was basically focusing on decrease in interest rate. Okay, OECD Economic Outlook was basically focusing on decrease in interest rate. Then the next question is basically talking about the GDP projection of India. So generally we always say GDP forecast is important. ठीक है, latest GDP growth rate is important. So you can see in the month of March the report was in news, and they have asked you the question of the GDP projection for India. The answer is that is option number E, 12.6%. ठीक है जी. Now if I talk about the next specific question, guys, the next question is basically this: as per the report, ठीक है जी. Growing global economic interdependence means that the socio-economic prospects of OECD countries will be ever more tightly linked to which of the following. ठीक है, अब यहाँ पे क्या है, यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन बेसिकली रिकमेंडेशन और की फीचर्स दोनों को मिला के, दैट इज द क्वेश्चंस आर बेसिकली बीइंग टॉक्ड अबाउट both the key features as well as the targets or the recommendations of that specific scheme the question has been asked. ठीक है, so here guys the question is basically the answer is that is benefit of developing and transition economies was the thing of that thing that was being mentioned in that specific report. ठीक है जी, चलिए next question is, see we always say top bottom things are important, so here the question was this, that which of the following country will be a major contribution in controlling population and environmental status. So here the answer is environmental stress. The answer here is that is option number A, China. So again guys I will be telling to you, you do not have to remember this question. ये क्वेश्चन का आंसर नहीं याद करना, आपको लेटेस्ट रिपोर्ट्स पता होनी चाहिए. OECD की लेटेस्ट रिपोर्ट, WTO की लेटेस्ट रिपोर्ट, IMF की लेटेस्ट रिपोर्ट्स. These are the reports that needs to be prepared when you are preparing for your upcoming examination. Okay, so now this was about the paragraph that was on the OECD. Then guys, economic survey, we always expect a question on economic survey, but this year the question that was asked in the examination of 2021 was really on a tougher side, because they were not asking you simple database questions. ठीक है, they have made a statement based questions, then also that is quite difficult to done, that is quite analytical in nature. If you see the question here, it says that as per economic survey, India's real GDP record 11% growth in the financial year and nominal growth of around 15.4%. ठीक है, due to which of the reason. So here what the examiner is what asking you here is कि basically that what is the reason. ठीक है, not just asking you the mere factual data, they are also asking you the reason it, that why these steps are being taken. थोड़ा सा analytical हो जाता है. So this is the thing that has been asked this year. So here the question, the answer was that is option number A, that is continued normalization in economic activities as the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines was basically the reason that this nominal GDP growth rate and the real GDP growth rate has recorded the decline. So this is the important thing here. Okay, analytical things are basically the core here. Then if I talk about the next question on the report, okay, that is on the union budget. So now see, there were 6 questions that are 2 markers. So which means guys, ऐसा नहीं है कि reports में सिर्फ 1 marker, 2 marker questions are there. You can see why the international reports are important. ठीक है, this year 2022 they have asked a question on World Bank's Human Capital Index, again a report of international organization related to your syllabus, human development, OECD measurement of growth. So which means guys, quite a very interlinkage of syllabus is important. ठीक है, सिलेबस की इंटरलिंकेज होना with the syllabus interlinkage is important. Syllabus linkage along with the months coverage is important here. So now talking about budget, budget is again a very important document that is just released before your examination. So here this year's budget question was also not on an expected line. This was again a tough question that has been asked in the examination of 2021. The questions are which of the following benefits are basically announced for startups. Okay, so here instead of just knowing the basic things about startups, you should be very thorough about the initiatives government has taken up for the startup. There was statement on residency limit, that is residency limit has been reduced to 182 days from 182 days to 120 days. ठीक है, loans जो है, loans ranging from 10 lakh to 50 lakh will be given to women for brownfield projects. It then says to incentivize the startups. What was the thing that was been done is eligibility period has been extended till 31st of March 2022. ठीक है, then government has announced the revision of definition of small companies. Very very important thing that has taken place. ठीक है, because definition of MSME was changed. So this was a thing that has been asked in the question also. So here guys, the answer was that is option number 1 and 3. So first and third statement was correct here. ठीक है, because यहाँ पे जो statement दी हुई है that was incorrect about the definition of small and medium enterprise or small and medium companies. ठीक है, so now this was the question, that is 7 questions that were being asked from reports. Now guys, the basic thing here again if I say is, ठीक है, from reports what needs to be remembered is, first of all you should be really thorough about the syllabus of your examination. That is बेसिक थिंग है. अगर आपको ये चीज एनालाइज आप कर गए, इफ यू आर एबल टू एनालाइज योर सिलेबस प्रॉपरली, यू विल बी एबल टू एनालाइज दैट व्हाट आर द थिंग्स दैट हैव टू बी फोकस्ड व्हेन यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग एनी स्पेसिफिक रिपोर्ट. ठीक है जी. So it's not like कि आप कोई भी रिपोर्ट उठा के पढ़ लो, ठीक है. If it is related to your syllabus, then it is important. Now we have done that thing for you also, ठीक है, when we have analyzed this specific paper. So we have also tried to solve you that what are the things that needs to be kept in mind. So here the summarization of all this is, when you are preparing a report, this is how your structure should be. If the report is being released by international organization and it is related to your syllabus, then it will be very very important both for your phase 1 and phase 2 examination. That we can see in this paper also. OECD report was relating to our syllabus. That's why this is very very important for both phase 1 and phase 2. Human capital index, the report has been released by World Bank, again international organization, related to syllabus, relevant for both phase 1 and phase 2. Then if it is a report released by national organization, it is related to syllabus, then it will also be important for both phase 1 and phase 2. ठीक है जी, again very important. Private organizations की report, if it is related to syllabus, then guys it is moderately important. For example, Oxfam report, these are kind of reports which are important, ठीक है, but moderately. आपको importance देनी है, but यहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा देनी है. And if it is a report of private organization which is not related to your syllabus, so guys that will only be relevant, that will only be important just for your phase 1 examination. So this is how the reports you could find out that what is the thing that needs to be analyzed when this paper we are talking about the report section. Then guys, coverage here is desired coverage required is 9 months and most important coverage will be of last 6 months. Now when I talk about the questions that are being asked from latest developments that are related to your syllabus, ठीक है जी. So there was a paragraph on RBI's liquidity reform. So again, this is a question from the monetary policy report that has been asked in your examination. So if I see it here, ठीक है जी, why the question has been asked. Now again guys, you guys can have a look at that is on February 6th. Okay, in the month of February, Monetary Policy Committee report has been released. That is Monetary Policy Review has taken a thing and RBI has adopted a liquidity management framework. So this is the thing from where basically a question from this year's examination, that is the examination of 2021, was being asked in your examination. ठीक है. So पहला क्वेश्चन उन्होंने क्या पूछा, which liquidity management initiative was basically being talked about or discussed here. So the answer was guys, that is it was talking about basically long term repo operations. So LTRO, very very important thing, very big framework, very important announcement that was being made by RBI in the exam in the year of 2020-21. तो LTRO पे बहुत ज्यादा डिस्कशन हो रही थी. So that's why they have asked the questions on long term repo operations. Then they have asked the question is that the operation, that is long term repo operations, is basically going to be linked to which among the following operations. ठीक है, that is LTRO will be linked to which among the following operations. So guys, this year now, if you can say this specific question, it could be a static question, ठीक है, but way back at that point of time, it was a current affairs based question. ठीक है. So if I talk about this thing, LTRO guys was basically linked to weighted average call area. ठीक है, weighted average call rate. Then is what is the meaning of the telecise line. So now guys, coming back to the paragraph here, ठीक है जी, there was a line which was saying that the RBI said that these months, that is LTRO, will ensure enough liquidity to anchor the call rate at around the repo rate. ठीक है. So मतलब उसकी implication क्या है? The question was not just on a simple line. So these are time again I am saying is this is a really really tough question guys, because here you have to be thorough about the static perspective of the LTRO also, that what will be its implication there. ठीक है. So if I again come back to that question, so here guys, if I talk about the specific things, so here it was basically focusing on these two things. It says the call rate will be inching above the repo rate. It would signal that liquidity deficit and the central bank will bring its tools to infuse the liquidity. ठीक है जी. Then if the call rate is below the repo rate, that means that banking system has surplus liquidity. This is the basic things that was being discussed in that specific paragraph about the LTRO. ठीक है. चलिए, next question is, while getting rid of the 14 days fixed repo rate, RBI said that it will operate a 14-day term repo. ठीक है, 14-day term repo or reverse repo operations at a variable cost. ठीक है. So again now see, this is the important thing to remember here is when we talk about RBI notifications, monetary policy reviews, ठीक है, so this tells us that a recent development that RBI is taking, if any big development has been undertaken under the RBI, that is really really important for your examination. So coming to here, it was talking about the cash reserve ratio. Okay, so this was talking about cash reserve ratio. Then guys, if I talk about the next specific question was basically a 1 mark question that has been asked. ठीक है, अब ये क्वेश्चन किस पे फोकस कर रहा था? लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट रिलेटेड टू योर करंट अफेयर्स. नाउ सी, education, social sectors education are really important for examination. Ministry of Education, ठीक है. So here the thing was talking about the STARS project, that is strengthening the teaching, learning and result for states. That is the STARS project that was being talked about here, ठीक है. So now guys, the thing is that is which among the following organization has basically provided money to the STARS project? The answer was that is it is an initiative of World Bank, and around $500 million was given for that specific STARS project, which means current development or latest developments that is related to the syllabus. The questions were being asked there. चलिए, next question is trips. तो देखो WTO very important thing. WTO is very important for the syllabus. ठीक है, directly mentioned a World Trade Organization. So here the question was that recently the TRIPS Council of WTO had said that India and South Africa has proposed which among the following reforms in front of the TRIPS agreement of WTO. तो क्या चीज इंडिया और साउथ अफ्रीका ने प्रपोज की थी? The answer here is guys, that is option number C, because at that time COVID was at its peak. So India and South Africa has proposed that there should be a waiver for domestic market requirement for developing the country exports to developed countries regarding the COVID-19 material. So this was thing that was being highlighted at this point of time. ठीक है जी, if I say why this thing has been asked in your examination, so here guys, if you again have a look at this specific article, okay, just wait for a second. So here you can see on 25th of February there was a news about that WTO said that India's proposal of IPR waiver on COVID vaccines, that was the proposal that was proposed by India and South Africa. ठीक है, देखो उसी के ऊपर ही they have framed a question. So that tells us that guys recent development or recent current affairs are really important for your examination. ठीक है, just 2 months before your examination, February में this thing was seen in news. Now if I talk about the next specific question guys, so next question that was basically being asked is that which of the following are basically an app, that is which of the following is an omnibus mobile app which is developed for farmers by providing relevant information to them. So this was basically talking about your Kisan Suvidha app, ठीक है जी. So why, if I can say why this thing was seen in news, तो again आप देख सकते हो, it is November 2020, ठीक है, that we can say around 6 months before your examination or 5 months if I can say precisely before your examination, this thing was seen in news. Now here if I say that what you can learn from this examination, ठीक है जी, that is now. So we have learned each and every component, that what are the key takeaways that needs to be taken up from this specific examination. For schemes I have discussed with you. Your first step when you are preparing for the NABARD examination for the RBI examination is, ठीक है जी, that is important thing here is you should be really thorough about this short thing that has been shared by you in the RBI notification, that is your ESI syllabus. You should be really thorough about this syllabus. You should be able to analyze okay, what is the thing from where this question could be asked. So first thing is understanding of the syllabus. Then if I talk about from the schemes, ठीक है जी, what are the schemes that have been asked, dimensions I have discussed with you earlier on, that what are the dimensions from where the schemes question has been asked. In with each and every question I have tried to explain that from which dimension the question has been asked from that specific scheme, ठीक है जी. Then the important from reports is again focus on the syllabus. Then I have discussed with you a syllabus, ठीक है जी, a summarization that how you should be approaching towards the report section when you are preparing for your examination. That is आपको वहां पे ये देखना है कि रिपोर्ट्स कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट है, कौन सी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट व्हाट शुड बी द थिंग, हाउ मच टाइम यू शुड डिवोट टू दैट स्पेसिफिक report. And now coming to the latest developments guys, again the relation with the syllabus is important. And if I talk about the coverage here, again guys when I talk about the phase 2 specific things, so desired coverage is that at least 9 months तक आप अपने आप को push कीजिए, 9 months before your examination you should push yourself. I have given you that specific thing also, that desired 9 months are important, but these last 6 months are important, and you guys can see that specific thing in the exam in your in the links that I've shared with you. ठीक है, देखो सारे के सारे questions that I've shared with you, ठीक है, from where that specific question has been asked, because all these things were seen in news and majority of things were seen in news just 2 to 3 months before your examination. But that's why we always say 6 months. नवंबर वाला question भी अगर आप last 6 months को अच्छी तरह cover कर रहे हो तो that you can also cover. So guys, this was all from my side. That is about the why, how current affair is important. Because the important thing to understand is current affairs keep on changing. तो आपको ये सारे questions याद तो नहीं करने, but one thing that you all have to remember here is you have to analyze this paper really thoroughly so that you can make a very good strategy for your examination of 2023. So guys, now for ESI static, Prakash sir will be here with you. ठीक है? So hello sir, over to you sir.
Thank you very much sir. So hello guys, welcome to EduTap again. So I'll be discussing ESI static question that were asked in 2021 examination, and after that guys we will be discussing descriptive questions also, right? So as you all know that in 2021 examination descriptive component was introduced in RBI examination. So what were the questions asked that we will see, and we will also see the model solution of those questions, right? So guys, let's begin. And first, one more thing that I have been seeing that you guys are not responding, right? So are you there guys? So do let me know in the comment box that you guys are watching and you guys are taking interest, right? So you guys, you have to participate in the session. This make us motivated to take the session, to continue the session guys. So I request you kindly, you guys have to participate in the session, and we will make this session more engaging, right guys? So hello Tanya, hello Hammer. So guys, let's proceed. Let's see what were the ESI static questions that were asked in 2021 examination, and that too phase 2 of RBI Grade B examination. So guys, question number first was, which of the following sorry. Yeah, so question number first was, which of the following are the advantages of foreign trade and investment? So your options are, it stimulates competition. Second is, it improves resource allocation. It facilitates international distribution of technology. It enhances environmental protection. So you have to select out of these 4 statements which of the following statement is correct, right? So guys, as you all know, these kind of questions often appear in the examination, and for these questions you do not need to apply the logic. You do not need to go too much deep into the question, otherwise you will definitely make the question wrong. Most of the aspirants might be clear about these 3 statements, that is statement number 1, 2 and 3. But guys, most of you will also get confused with respect to the 4th statement, that is, it enhances environmental protection, right? But you do not need to think too much about this statement, right? Otherwise you will make wrong, right? So this is also the right statement, because these days countries are promoting, those who are inviting for foreign direct investment, they are promoting environmental protection. So these days these things are very common, right? So you do not need to go too much deep into the particular statement, otherwise you may make that statement wrong. So right answer will be option number E, that is all of the above. Now let's move to the question number 2. So question number 2, again easy question. 2030 agenda for sustainable development goals, which has been agreed upon by all 193 member states, was organized by. Your options are United Nations Economic and Social Council, United Nations Security Council, United Nations Secretariat, United Nations General Assembly, or none of the above. So guys, do let me know what is the right answer for this question. Sorry guys, actually I am not well, so you have to manage little bit. So guys, you can see here that this particular question was asked from the topic sustainable development and environmental protection, right? Whenever we take session on important ESI chapters, we definitely mention this chapter, that is sustainable development and environment protection, right? So you can see that in 2021 examination question was asked from this particular topic. So the right answer is option number D, that is United Nations General Assembly. So this is the right answer for this particular question. Now let's move to the question number 3, guys. So question number 3 is, which of the following are correct regarding the objectives of the recently enacted labor codes in India? Sorry guys. So this question is basically related to current affairs, right? But here they framed a beautiful question, because labor codes were in news at that time, and they framed a static question from the current affairs, right? So here you can see statements are remunerating contract workers at the same rate as regular workers for similar work. Second is protect the interest of gig workers and migrant workers. Number third is promote gender equality by allowing women workers to work at night subject to obtaining their consent. And option number 4 is delegitimize strikes in India. Guys, I believe that you might have not idea about these all statements, right? But this is easily solvable question if you can eliminate the wrong option, right? So what is the wrong option? Guys, if you read the statement number 1, 2 and 3, these are actually very generic statement which are correct, right? But if you read the question option number 4, that is delegitimize strikes in India. So can it be a purpose for labor codes? No. So you can easily eliminate option number 4, right? And when you eliminate option number 4, so here you can see that 3 options out of 5 you have already eliminated. So what is the right answer? Option number A will be the right answer, because you know that option number statement number 1, 2 and 3 are correct. So this is how, by using elimination technique, you have to reach to the right answer, right? So you cannot rely always on your knowledge. You cannot study each and everything which can be asked in the examination. So you have to use different techniques to make the answer correct. So I hope you are getting. So guys, this is all about the ESI static question. There were 3 questions which we have just discussed in phase 2 of RBI Grade B examination, right? Now guys, let's discuss the descriptive component, the descriptive questions which were asked in the 2021 phase 2 examination. So here you can see the question number first. So question number first is 15th Finance Commission horizontal and vertical transfer. So basically they have asked about the horizontal and vertical transfer because 15th Finance Commission was in news at that year only, right? So this is completely a current affairs question which have been asked. So guys, Finance Commission, budget, economic survey, these all are important documents, and since Finance Commission is established once in 5 years, so during these 5 years it will be important. So you have to have idea about the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission. This will definitely help you in your upcoming examination also, right? So this question is completely relevant for your upcoming examination also. Be you are appearing, you will be appearing for NABARD examination or any other examination. But the recommendations of 15th Finance Commission is always important for objective as well as a descriptive component. So first of all guys, how to approach this particular question? We always say in our session that you have to read the question carefully, you have to highlight the keywords mentioned in the question, and guys, you have to break the main question into different micro questions, right? So this is how you need to approach any particular question. So guys, if you talk about 15th Finance Commission, so first of all you have to introduce what is 15th Finance Commission. So here you can give the introduction with regard to the 15th Finance Commission, right? So Finance Commission is a constitutional body that determines the method and formula for distributing the tax proceeds between the center and states and among the states as per the constitutional arrangement and present requirements. Under Article 280 of the Constitution, the President of India is required to constitute a Finance Commission at an interval of 5 years or earlier. Now, you have here given the static knowledge about the Finance Commission. Now, you are more focusing about the 15th Finance Commission, right? So, the 15th Finance Commission was constituted by the President of India in November 2017 under the chairmanship of N.K. Singh. Its recommendations will cover a period of 5 years from 2021, 22 to 25, 26, right? So, here you can introduce your the main topic which have been asked in the question form, right? After that guys, whatever recommendations are being asked, you have to answer that. That is the horizontal and vertical transfer. So here you can see the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission. It is here mentioned the vertical devolution, which you need to remember. And guys, again I am saying that this is equally relevant for your upcoming examination also, because Finance Commission is established once in 5 years, right? So recommendations will be relevant throughout these years. And after discussing about the vertical devolution, you have to discuss about the horizontal devolution by the recommended by the Finance Commission, right? So here By this way you can complete your answer, and guys you have to also conclude your answer. So this is the overall structure. First of all, you need to read the question carefully. You need to identify the question. You need to identify the main I can say the word which is mentioned in the question, and after that you have to break that particular question into different micro questions, and guys you have to follow the introduction, body and conclusion format to express your ideas, to write the answer of any particular question. So guys, this is about the question number 1, which is related to 15th Finance Commission. And one thing you need to remember, that the intention behind this session is not only to give you the solution, rather to make you capable so that you can make strategy, you can analyze the paper and you can make strategy according to that for upcoming examination, for RBI Grade B 2023 examination, right? So this is the whole agenda of conducting these sessions. That is why we have been conducting these sessions earlier. Me and Gurkira sir have conducted a session related to phase 2 of 2022 examination paper solving. Now today we are conducting 2021 examination paper solving, right? So this is our intention, so that you can easily analyze and make the strategy for your future examination. So guys, this is related to question number 1st. Now let's move to the question number 2nd. So guys, question number 2nd is quite easy and technical also, right? How it is so? So let's see. So define various measures of poverty estimation and their demerits and merits in terms of per capita income, inflation and consumption and safety net. So this is the key point here, that guys you have to define various measures of poverty estimation, their merits and demerits, right? So this is a general question, but that should be mentioned in terms of per capita income, inflation, consumption and safety net. So this is the key, this is the keyword here which you need to keep in your mind while answering this particular question. So guys, here again we can see in this model solution that there are two types of poverty estimation measure, like consumption based estimation, right? So here you can see that poverty line estimation in India is based on the consumption expenditure and not on income level. So this is related to consumption based estimation. And guys, when we talk about merits and demerits, so we have to give the merits and demerits under these headings, under these I can say that the word which is mentioned in the question. So in terms of per capita income, you have to mention the merit. In terms of inflation, you have to mention the merit. In terms of consumption, in terms of safety net, you have to mention the merits related to consumption based estimation, right? I hope you are getting how you need to decode the question. As I have said earlier, that first of all you need to read the question carefully. After that you have to identify the keywords mentioned in the question, right? And what are the keywords here? Here is the keyword per capita income, inflation and consumption and safety net. And guys, after that what you need to do, you need to break the main question into different micro questions. So here you can easily solve this question, because here you have mentioned the merits under different headings which are mentioned in the question itself. Now if we talk about demerits, so again guys, same pattern you have to follow for demerits also. If we talk about consumption based estimation, then here you can give demerits related to per capita income, demerits related to inflation, demerits related to consumption, demerits related to safety net. So this is how you can approach this particular answer, right? Now if we talk about second measure of poverty estimation, so that is income based estimation, right? So if we talk about income based estimation, so it takes into account a fixed minimum income below which a people will be categorized as poor, right? So there consumption are being taken into account, and here income is being taken into account, right? Again, same structure you need to follow. If we talk about merits, so in merits you have to mention in terms of per capita income, you have to mention in terms of inflation, you have to mention in terms of consumption, you have to mention in terms of safety net, right? Now if we talk about demerits also, so here in demerits also you have to give the demerits related to income based poverty measure under these headings in terms of per capita income, inflation, consumption and safety net, right? And last but not the least, you have to conclude your answer. So this is the way how you can attempt any particular question. So guys sorry, so guys, you need to focus on how you need to approach, how you can express your ideas. You have enough knowledge. If you have read any particular subject, guys, you have enough knowledge. Now the question is how you present that knowledge in the examination. That defines whether you are going forward, whether you are being promoted to different stages or not, right? So this you need to keep in mind, that guys you have to express your ideas in a well structured manner. Okay? Now let's move to the question number 3rd. But before that, guys, if you see here we have covered in our notes the topics related to poverty estimation. So this is a snippet from our notes. This is very well covered in the notes of EduTap. Now friends, if we talk about question number 3, that is, what are the changes, trends in globalization after a global financial crisis 2008? So this is the question. So first of all, what you need to do, you have to read the question carefully, and after that you have to identify the keyword and you have to break the question into different micro questions, right? So here the keyword is global financial crisis as well as the globalization, right? And how I can break this question into different micro questions? So first of all, guys, you can mention about the global financial crisis. Since global financial crisis is specifically mentioned in that question, so you have to elaborate in brief what is the global financial crisis. So you have to mention this. After that, you can briefly mention about the causes of global financial crisis, right? So here you can see that we have given it in very brief, so that examiner get to know that he has that is the aspirant has the idea about the causes of global financial crisis as well, right? After that, if we talk about changes in globalization after global financial crisis, this is the question exactly. What are the changes, trends in globalization after global financial crisis? So these all are the changes which can be observed in globalization after global financial crisis. Okay, friends? So here you can read all the statement related to changes. So this is how you need to attempt any particular question, that you have to break that question and you have to address all the micro questions which have been broken by you. Right, friends? So this is about the changes in globalization, and after that you have to also give way forward, right? So way forward is nothing but a conclusion kind of thing, right? So you have to always conclude the discussion which you have done in your answer, right? So this is about the question number 3rd, guys. So here you can see that we have covered in our notes in detail about the India and the global crisis. This is just a snippet we have covered in detail in our notes. So here is the snippet from the notes of EduTap related to the global financial crisis. Now friends, if we talk about question number 4, so question number 4 is about budgetary recommendations on strategic and non-strategic disinvestments, its rationale and the impact. So guys, I have told you earlier that recommendations of Finance Commission, budget document, economic survey, these all are very important document. If we talk about economic survey and budget, so they are mostly, you can say, confined to that particular year only. But if we talk about the recommendations of the Finance Commission, so that is relevant till the period of 5 years, until the next recommendations by the next Finance Commission is announced, right? So I hope you are getting. So this question is completely current oriented, that is budgetary recommendations on strategic and non-strategic disinvestment, and you have to remember the keyword here. And what is the keyword? The keyword is rationale and impact. किस चीज का impact? The strategic and non-strategic disinvestments का, right, friends? So here you can see that here you can easily introduce about the policy of disinvestment by the government in the sector of strategic as well as non-strategic, right? After that, you can easily briefly elaborate about the policy on strategic disinvestment. So here you can easily mention कि strategic sector में which sectors are being disinvested, ठीक है, यहाँ पे disinvestment हो रहा है, so that you can mention here. And after that you can mention also the non-strategic sector, ठीक है, where disinvestment process is being carried on, right? So here you can also mention. So I have attached the snippet from the PIB where you can read this, that these all are the sectors from in the non-strategic sector where disinvestment was proposed, right? And after that, guys, this is about the budgetary recommendation on strategic and non-strategic disinvestment. Now the second part of the question is the rationale behind the disinvestment and the impact. So this is the main question, okay? A lot of aspirants leave the question while answering till here, okay? That is the budgetary recommendation on strategic and non-strategic sector. But guys, until and unless you address these component also, you will not be awarded marks, or you will be awarded very less marks for this particular question, right? Because every component has some marks allocated, right? So now let us discuss about the second component, that is rationale of disinvestment in India. So what can be the rationale? It can be to meet the budgetary needs. It can be to reduce fiscal deficit, it can be to improve public finances and overall economic efficiency. Here you can also read to raise funds for golden handshake, to encourage wider share of ownership, etc. Right? So this is the rationale behind the disinvestment in India. Now the last component is related to impact of disinvestment. This is what here second component of the question asking, right? That is impact of disinvestment. So here you can also mention various impacts related to disinvestment. Right guys, so here you can see the impact of disinvestment. So guys, this was about how you can easily attempt the question related to budgetary recommendation on strategic and non-strategic disinvestment, right? Now, if we talk about the snippet that we have very well covered this also in our EduTap material. So this is a snippet from our notes you can see here. Now, let's discuss the question number 5th, guys. So question number 5th is role of demography in India's economic transition. So we have to mention the role of a demography in India's economic transition, right? Sorry guys, let me drink some water. So Hemar is saying, sir, how much descriptive questions asked in ESI? So there were 6 questions, Hemar. Tan is saying this is direct from the syllabus point. Yeah, they are directly related to syllabus. If you read the syllabus, you will get to know that these questions were somehow related to the syllabus only, right? So for that purpose only, you have to have idea about the syllabus in detail. Okay? Now let's discuss about the question number 5th. So role of demography in India's economic transition. So first of all, you can easily and you can introduce your answer in a very well structured manner that India has 62.5% of its population in the age group of 15 to 59 years, which is ever increasing and will be at the peak around 2036 when it will reach approximately 65%. These population parameters indicate an availability of a demographic dividend in India which started in 2005-06 and will last till 2055-56. So this young demography plays a crucial role in India's economic transition. So guys, this is kind of a direct question, but again you have to identify some micro question inside this direct question also, and what can be the micro questions that I am going to tell you. So first of all, you need to directly answer this statement, that is role of demography in India's economic transition, right? So here you can see that they can play a crucial role in better economic growth. Here is the example how they can participate in better economic growth. Then it is related to demographic dividend. It will be related to rapid industrialization. It is related to rise in workforce also. It is related to effective policy making. So these all will definitely help in India's economic transition, right? So this is the keyword in the question which you need to answer. But after that, guys, you also have to mention challenges associated with the demography. Though you can mention those challenges in brief because it has not been asked directly in the question, right? So you have to understand that you have to cover any particular answer in a holistic way. Though it is not being asked in the question, but you can easily mention in brief some of the challenges associated with the demography. So these things will definitely hit the mind of the examiner that yes, he has idea, that the aspirant has the idea about this topic in a holistic way, right? So these things definitely help you fetching good marks in the examination. So here are some challenges: asymmetric demography, lack of skills, low human development parameters, informal nature of economy in India. So these all are challenges which are associated with the demography. And again, guys, what needs to be done? So you also have to mention, you just not need to mention the problems, you also need to mention the probable solutions which can be undertaken to resolve these challenges. So skill development can be one area, education, health, job creation. So these all are the areas where things can be improved or things can be done, right? So guys, this is about this question, that is role of demography in India's economic transition. I hope you are getting, if simple statement is asked, so how you can create further question in that particular statement and how you can fetch good marks by answering the question in a holistic way, right? Now let's discuss about the advantages associated with the demographic dividend. So guys, this is basically the snippet from our EduTap material where we have covered this question thoroughly, right? So here you can see this is a snippet, right? Now guys, last but not the least question, rather one of the most important question I can say, that climate change commitment of India in light of socio-economic development and health factors. Guys, again, this is a very important question from the topic sustainable development and environmental protection, right? We have seen that one objective question was also asked in 2021 from this topic, and here you can see that this descriptive question was asked from this particular topic. So that is why this topic is important, and we often say in our YouTube sessions that these topics are important. So you have to cover those topics in priority, and after that you have to cover the rest of the topics, right? So climate change commitments of India. So first of all, you need to tell that India is the world's third largest economy and fifth largest greenhouse gas emitter, accounting for about 5% of global emissions. India's emissions increased 65% between 1990 and 2005 and are projected to grow another 70% by 2022. So if you can mention data, if you can mention some scheme, some findings from the reports or surveys, so that will definitely substantiate your answer, substantiate your point, and believe me, these all things help you in fetching good marks, right? So there are two ways. There are two ways of attempting any question. You can easily attempt. You can just mention theoretical knowledge, whatever you have read from the from books, from newspapers. Or second thing is you can substantiate your point with the help of examples, with the help of findings of important reports, surveys, indices. Right. So these all things will definitely help you in fetching good marks. So here you can see that we have mentioned data related to that. Right. So this is definitely going to make an impact in the mind of the examiner. Now guys, read the question carefully. Climate change commitment of India in the light of socio-economic development and health factors. Again, here two keywords are important, that is socio-economic development and health factors. So that you need to keep in your mind while answering this particular question. Now let's move to the first one, that is socio-economic development. So climate change commitment of India in light of socio-economic development. Now you are directly answering this particular first component of the question. So here you can see that, here you can also write that National Action Plan on Climate Change was launched by the government of India, right? Then National Solar Mission, National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture. So there are a lot of examples and number of examples which you can use in your answer. So whatever you have, whatever here you can see that whatever is written here, you do not need to mug up anything, right? You have been reading these things in your current affairs. While preparing for current affairs, you have been in touch with all these things, right? So you do not need to mention any, you do not need to put any extra effort to write these things. Rather, you just need to click at the examination that how you can express your idea, right? This is what I have discussed little earlier, that you have to learn the art how you can express your ideas in the examination hall, and those who are able to express their ideas well in the examination, they can do well in the final result itself, right? So this is related to first component. And if we talk about the second component, so climate change commitment of India in the light of health factors. So again, here you can mention a lot of initiatives that have been taken by the government of India. So India is releasing $6 billion in one go for intensive afforestation, which will result in more carbon sinks. National Air Quality Index, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, right? These all things, clean energy cess. So these all things you can mention in the answer. So this makes your answer complete, right? Otherwise, if you have simply answered this question, that is climate change commitment of India, bas, okay? If you had answered this component, your answer would have been incomplete, right? So you have to read the question carefully, properly, whatever is mentioning in the question. So you have to read that in a proper way. So this is related to in the light of socio-economic development and health factors. So they are specifically asking from these two perspectives, right? So you have to, your answer should be confined to these two perspectives only, right guys? So this is about these two components. And also in the later part of your answer, you can mention some challenges in climate change commitment of India. Again, that we have discussed in the last question itself, that if suppose simple question is asked, then you can present your knowledge by expressing your extra knowledge, whatever you have idea about that particular topic, and you can present that knowledge in the answer. But guys, one thing you need to remember, that here you can mention anything but in brief, right? Because it is not specifically asked. Rather, you are just doing to fetch some extra marks. So you have to mention these things in brief. I am mentioning here in detail so that you can get the idea what points you could have incorporated in your answer. So what are the challenges? That is lack of infrastructure, lack of financial intermediaries, limited understanding. So these all are the challenges associated with the climate change commitment of India, right? Now if we talk about way forward, so here you have to mention the way forward also. I hope you are getting. So guys, this is all about the 6 questions which we have just discussed and which were asked in the 2021 examination. So here you can see the snippet from EduTab's material where we have covered these things, the fodder related to this particular question in detail, right? So this is a snippet from the material of EduTab. So guys, this is about the 6 questions which were there in 2021 phase 2 examination in the descriptive component.
Start first with the objective question. The first question is the paragraph based question that I will be discussing. First paragraph was basically on the One Nation One Ration card. Okay, so there was a paragraph on One Nation One Ration card, and the first question that has been asked here is One Nation One Ration card, the scheme. The question has been asked is, the scheme mentioned in the passage has received an award for excellence in public administration. You have to tell that on which date this award has been given. So now guys, if you look at the first look at this question, okay, this question is not that easy to answer. But when you look at the options here, if you have just remember one thing, that One Nation One Ration card has received an award in the month of April. This was the major thing. If you just remember this thing, then you can easily solve this question. Why I am saying this thing easily you can solve this question? Because overall your question was on a moderate to tough line. It was not that easy to answer. But what we can see here is, say 75th Independence Day August, International Women's Day May, Republic Day January, Good Governance Day December. So with this, only one option is left, that is 15th Civil Services Day. That was the answer here. That is the option number D was the answer here. Okay, so this was the thing about the first question on this paragraph. Now, as I was discussing guys, so this was basically seen in news in the month of April, this One Nation One Ration card scheme. Okay, now second question was, because One Nation One Ration card is related to National Food Security Act, so they have related the question of One Nation One Ration card to National Food Security Act, and what they have asked is, the scheme mentioned in the passage has been implemented nationwide, ticket of ration card under which of the following act? Direct question from the One Nation One Ration card scheme has been given, that is the National Food Security Act of 2013. So see, scheme of April, seen in news, and from here they have handpicked these questions. Now, the next question is guys about this. This was the question which I can say this was asked in depth from the National Food Security Act. So now see how the questions are being formed. Simple scheme is the scheme has received an award, then they have got into the scheme, then within a scheme has been mentioned, that is National Food Security Act, and here they have asked a question on that specific line. The question is, in case of non-supply of the entitled quantities of food grains or metals, persons under the scheme mentioned in the passage will be entitled to receive food security allowance. This food security allowance is basically being given under which of the following act, and here are the options. So if you look at the options here also guys, these are not that easy to answer, because if you haven't gone through the question, if you haven't gone in detail of the National Food Security Act, you guys cannot answer this question, because this requires a very in-depth knowledge of the National Food Security Act also. So here if I talk about guys, the answer here is, that is food security allowance rules of 2015, that is option number D. Okay, so this was directly asked from the National Food Security Act's website. So this is the thing here. Now see how the examiner has asked your question, in which line the questions have been asked is basically, first of all, a scheme was seen in news, then from within a scheme, they have asked a question from scheme, then within a scheme, a sub-scheme or a scheme which is the main scheme, that is National Food Security Act, they have gone into that specific domain of the scheme. Then the next question is, as on Feb 2022, the scheme mentioned in the passage has been implemented in how many states and UTs? Now if I relate it here, the second thing is guys, just before your examination, Assam was the state when the government says that now Assam has implemented the One Nation One Ration card scheme, and now it has been implemented all over India. But important thing here is, here they have mentioned this specific date, that is as on February 2022. So from here we could understand that it is not the recent, it has asked, the specific month has been mentioned here. So the answer will be option number A, that is 35. So now it will not be 36 here. Okay, that is the reason the answer here will be option number A, because the month has been mentioned here. So guys, this has been covered in our course holistically. Okay, now coming to the second question. The second question was a passage on SMILE scheme was here. So now if I talk about here, it is not directly related to the paragraph, was something mentioning about the department was mentioned here in the paragraph. Okay, then they have given something detailed, some brief about the scheme has been given. Basically, to engage in act of begging, this was the purpose of the thing. Now, when I talk about Smile scheme was launched in the month of Feb. See, Feb 2022, Smile scheme was launched. So yeah, that's why they have asked a question from the newly launched scheme also that has been released 3 to 4 months before your examination. So first question is, under the scheme, shelter homes are basically being constructed. Okay, these shelter homes will be provided under which of the following? And the answer here is, that is Garima Grah. So Garima Grah, basically under where the shelters are basically being provided to the people. That is the answer here. Then next question is, which among the following statements are correct about the Smile scheme that has been asked in the paragraph? The first is that skill development and livelihood is provided under the PM Daksh scheme of the department. Then is setting up of a beggar protection cell, provide scholarship for students in class 9 till post graduation. So now guys, here to how to attempt these questions, look at the keywords. Okay, first keyword here is PM Daksh scheme. Second is setting up beggar protection cell. Third keyword here is scholarship is provided to which, that is students studying in class 9th till post graduate. This is the thing here. These are the keywords where you have to show where main emphasis has to be provided here. So now when I talk about here guys, first and third statement here is wrong. The first and third statement is right. Second is wrong because it is not talking about the beggar protection cell. Transgender protection cell will be set up under this Smile scheme. So that's why the second statement here becomes incorrect. Okay? देखिए, provision of transgender protection cell was there, not the beggar protection cell. So this is again, I can say, if you know the scheme, then you can attempt the question. But if you are not able to understand the crux of the scheme, then these questions are really difficult to attempt. Because when you do not know the exact scheme, how can you solve this question? This will be the main thing here. Then next question is the allocation amount. So okay, now the schemes beneficiaries have how much amount has been allocated. The answer here is, that is an amount of rupees 365 crore rupees has been allocated for the year 2025-2026. That's the main thing here. Okay. Now guys, this is the question that was the most unexpected question we can see that has been asked in examination. Question on Raisina dialogue. If I talk about this Raisina dialogue guys, this is a common thing which is generally what we can say is, these are the questions which we were expecting in phase 1. No, we were dur tak we were not expecting these kind of questions will come in phase 2. But what they have done, this is thing how they have, we can say how they have made questions like very unexpected questions have been asked. Okay, so now here the most important thing here is, first of all, the students have to analyze what has been asked in the question, which dialogue or which summit is being asked in the question. Now if I talk about here, the most important thing keyword in the paragraph is the theme that has been given. So the theme of the Raisina dialogue was given. That's why the students were able to understand that this was the paragraph which is basically being asked about the Raisina dialogue. So here the first question that has been asked here is, which of the following dialogues has been mentioned here? Sorry, the X refers to which of the following. The answer here is, that is, it is talking about the Raisina dialogue. Okay. So Raisina dialogue again being seen in the month of April. That's why they have asked the question here. Now, the next question that has been asked here is that, which among the following, that the side events of the Raisina dialogue has taken place at which of the following places? The options were given, that is Los Angeles, Berlin, Washington DC, and here the answer is guys, that is option number B, both 2 and 3. It was not in Los Angeles. Washington and Berlin mein hona tha. Los Angeles is not the right option here. Okay. So guys, you can also give the answer on that thing. Okay, you can also give me the answer in the chat box also. Okay, do solve this question again. If you haven't solved, do solve this question now also. Now if I talk about the next question was, which of the following statements are true about the dialogue, the Raisina dialogue, or the text that has been mentioned here. First is, see, now there was a question on chief guest. Now why chief guest is that much important? Because the chief guest was related to very prominent organization, that is the European Union. So President of European Commission, that is Ursula von der Leyen, was the chief guest here. So that might be the reason they have asked the statement here. The second statement is, one of the 6 thematic pillars is the rethinking democracy. trade, tech and ideology, which means if you have gone through very detailed of the Raisina dialogue, then only you can attempt this question. Otherwise this question is also on a tough line. It's not that easy question to answer here. ठीक है, देखने में लग रहा है बहुत easy है, but it's not an easy question. It's a really tough question. Now we talk about the event here. It says the event is exclusively attended by quad groups. So here, if you have basic understanding, Raisina dialogue quad group was not being talked about here. So this is the one thing here. If you can understand that thing, then you can, I think you can attempt this question here also. So here the options are both 1 and 2. Now look at the options here. Only one and 2. Only one, all 1, 2 and 3, and both 1, 2 and 3. So here, if I go to the question, if I know the third statement is wrong, with the elimination method, I can eliminate these 3 options. Only 3. All 1, 2 and 3, both 1 and 3. Now here guys, one thing that needs to be analyzed here is, if I know the first statement, then only I can attempt this question. Otherwise also, it could be really tough for me also, because I know first statement is right. So now, only if I know the second statement, I can answer this question. So this is how elimination method you can also use in your examination. Okay ji, chalo. Coming to the next paragraph that has been asked here, that was on the India-Australia Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement. Now guys, this is something that I can say is again little bit expected, but we cannot say it is the unexpected question. Why I asked you this thing? This was the first time in a decade that India has signed a major economic trade agreement. That is the reason the question have been asked on the India-Australia Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement. We were expecting questions on the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Act of the India-UAE. Okay? But then I can say, because they have asked the question, the reason they might have asked this question is because in the month of April, India has basically signed the India-Australia Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement, which was again an agreement that has been signed by India for the first time in a decade. Within a decade, such a huge thing has been undertaken by India. Okay, so here what they have asked is, again a question has been asked is, it is talking about which among the following agreement. So here now look at the options. Okay, India-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Act is also being given here. So first of thing is how you can look at the thing, because now see, Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement has been mentioned here, and we know the Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement was basically being signed between India and Australia. So this is the thing from where you can observe, or you can see that this is the paragraph that is basically been talking about the India-Australia Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement. Now guys, the next thing if I talk about here, so see, even in our PIB sessions, if you have watched our YouTube sessions, then also you can have an idea of this agreement. So we have discussed this thing. Kaushik sir has discussed this thing in his PIB lecture also, okay, in the month of April. Just give me a second guys. The next question is guys, after signing the agreement, okay, how many free trade agreements? I think this is the most, जिसको बोलते हैं ना यार, बहुत ही stupid सा question पूछ रहे RBI. We were not expecting this kind of question that RBI will be asking. Nobody can give you an exact answer of this thing. But this was mentioned in PIB. PIB में एक link आया था on the free trade agreements. ठीक है? From here they have handpicked the question. ठीक है? So how many free trade agreements have been signed? If I say, so answer here is option number 13. Now if you look at this link here, I think guys we are not able to open the link. Okay, but see, I have given the link that you can see. This was the news that was being seen in the PIB from where they have asked this specific question. Okay, now if I say, do you have to remember these kind of things? No, guys, because this is something unexpected that has come out. Okay, if I can say, फालतू सा question पूछा you RBI. We were not expecting these kind of questions from RBI. Okay, but still they have asked. So the answer here is option number B, that is certain. And I think majority of students might have left this question also in the examination. Then guys, if I talk about this question, the next question if I talk about here, so see, on 6th of April, this thing was seen in news. Okay, so on 6th of April, this thing was seen in news that India has signed 13 agreements. So guys, इतना ज़्यादा in depth में आप PIB नहीं पढ़ पाओगे. ठीक है, you cannot read each and every article of PIB. So this might be a thing that many of students might have left this question. Now coming to this question, guys. So which of the following statements are correct about the agreement? Okay, see, economic cooperation will be enhanced between the two countries. Then first trade agreement India has signed with a developed country with more than a decade. Both the countries are part of supply chain resilient initiative. Now, if you look at this question, the only statement which requires a very in-depth thing here is supply chain resilient initiative. Because guys, if it is talking about economic cooperation trade agreement, तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट तो ठीक ही होगी क्योंकि कॉपरेशन तो बढ़ेगी बढ़ेगी, ठीक है. सेकंड स्टेटमेंट क्या है? फर्स्ट ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट. दिस इज द रीजन दिस थिंग हैज बीन आस्क्ड इन द क्वेश्चन. The third point here is supply chain resilient initiative. If you have known this thing, then you can attempt this question. So still it is a question of a moderate nature, but still it can be attempted. So here if I say all the statements that have been given here are right. So good evening Jyoti. I think now you can also solve this question guys. I think I want your participation also to let us know that what are the type of questions that have been asked. I know these questions were difficult. Okay, if I talk about this question again was very difficult question. I can say guys. Now what they have asked is, under the agreement mentioned that India will be offering the preferential access to 70% of the goods. Now these are provided under which of the following act? And I think if I say guys in the examination you should leave this question. This is not the question, because if you know the each and every detail of custom tariff act also, then also the feasibility is to leave this question. It is best to leave these kind of questions if you do not have any idea about this. So I can say this is the question which I can mark as the one of the toughest question. All the questions were in the moderate nature, but this is the toughest question, and here the best thing is to leave this question. But coming to this question guys, if I talk about the answer here, the answer here is, it is talking only about number one, that is the custom tariff act. Now here the basic thing that could be applied is IGST. देखो IGST तो नहीं होगा ना, इंटीग्रेटेड गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज टैक्स तो नहीं है, तो ये चीज आप स्किप कर सकते हो. कस्टम्स एंड एक्साइज एक्ट जो है वो आपका जीएसटी के अंडर मर्ज हो चुका है, तो दिस माइट बी रीजन. ठीक है, तो ये चीज को आप रिलेट कर सकते थे, बट स्टिल आई विल से दिस इज द मोस्ट टफेस्ट क्वेश्चन. Okay, so I have found this thing from the website of the custom tariff, where it has said on the imports on GST registration that basically custom tariff registration act के सब कुछ अंडर जो है वो सब कुछ प्रोवाइड किया जाता है. Now was coming to the next question on the human capital index, the paragraph was given. This I can say again was one of the most toughest question that has been asked in your examination. Why I can say the toughest question? Because guys, they have asked a report question, a paragraph based question on a report, but it is a biennial report that was released way back in 2020. And guys, we cannot expect कि आपको 2020 का सारा डाटा याद होगा यार. You cannot remember यार. This is the fact. So this is again one of the most toughest question that has been asked in the examination. So if I talk about here, the first question is, India has been ranked at which position? The position of India has been asked here, and it has, the score of India has increased by how much percentage? So here guys, the answer here is, India has scored 116th rank. It was ranked, it has increased the score of 0.49. Now guys, if I talk about this thing, this was way back covered in the EduTap course of 2020, but I will not be the right person to claim here that we have covered this thing, because this is not the feasibility on your part also. This was a report that was covered way back in 2020 and we could not expect from you. But one learning here is guys, if there is a report that is a biennial report, quinennial report, or you can say the reports that have been released within a gap of 5 years, 4 years or 3 years, now RBI said this thing, this is the one learning from the examination. Now you have to recover those specific reports also. You should be keep updated of that report till the date new report is being released. This is the one learning from the examination here. Now guys, the next question is, the report includes which of the following data, that is 174 countries covering, on which parameters basically the reports are, the countries are being ranked here. So options were survival, health and education. So if I talk about here, so here guys, if I talk about both 2 and 3 were the answer here. ठीक है, survival यहाँ पे option नहीं है, health and education is the sector here. चलो, coming to the next question guys, as of February 2022, how many countries have joined World Bank's Human Capital Project? So this was an information that was given on the World Bank's website. That might be the reason they have asked a question on Human Capital Index. So coming here guys, the answer here is, that is 83 countries have joined the Human Capital Project. That was seen in the World Bank report. And I have shared a link here also. You can see this thing here. Now guys, the next paragraph was basically on the PM Adarsh Yojana. Okay, so PM Adarsh Yojana, the paragraph was basically being given. Now, if I talk about this scheme, PM Adarsh Yojana, the first question that has been given is, which of the following state was not included in the initial pilot phase of the scheme? So, guys, there was an article on the PIB which was basically telling us about the details of the PM Adarsh Gram Yojana that has been released way back. Okay, ji? So, here the state, if I say, which has not been included in the initial phase, Andhra Pradesh was the state that was not included in the PM Adarsh Gram Yojana in the initial phase. That was the one thing here. So the detailed article was basically being seen in the month of September. In September, in the PIB, there was an article on the implementation of PM Adarsh Gram Yojana, and from here they have asked a specific question in our examination. Now, you can look at here also. If I talk about here, the key features that has been given in the PIB is, it was implemented on pilot basis in 2009-10, and the 5 states that were being here, that were, the name were given in the PIB. So the question has been taken from the PIB itself. The next question is, guys, as per the PM Adarsh Gram Yojana, to capture the gaps in critical economic monitorable indicators, as part of it, how many socio-economic monitorable indicators have been identified for the selection for the saturated and selected villages? If I talk about this question here, guys, so here the answer is that is there are 50 monitorable targets that are being monitored under the PM Adarsh Gram Yojana. So if you are a part of our course, guys, so this was an information that we have covered in your main schemes document that has been updated on quarterly basis. On the latest update जो आपको main schemes document में मिला था, वहाँ पे information हमने cover की हुई थी. So this was the thing that has been covered here also. Now, guys, the next question is, which of the following district have won the best district award for the implementation of PM Adarsh Gram Yojana? Now, if I talk about this information, guys, this is a recent information. In the month of April, PM Adarsh Gram Yojana के अंदर कुछ awards दिए गए थे, and that was the thing that has been asked here. Which district has won the award? So the answer here is that is Hamirpur in Himachal Pradesh. So look at the thing. On 3rd of April, PM Adarsh Gram Yojana was seen in the Times of India, and they have asked a question directly from that specific thing. तो इसी चीज को उन्होंने लिंक कर लिया सितंबर के आर्टिकल से और PM Adarsh Gram Yojana. Now, guys, this was all about your paragraph based questions. Now let's come to the 1 mark question. So in 1 mark questions, the new thing that we have seen is, instead of asking directly questions on the key features of something or the eligibility of the scheme, what they have done is they have made a case studies here. So let's look at the first question here on the sovereign gold bond scheme. What they have done is they have given the case study. Now see, they have asked a case study on a lady which says, lady from HUF who has invested 12 kilogram in sovereign gold bond series. Now remember here, the keyword again here is same. You have to remember eligibility criteria, HUF 12 kg, yes or no. Okay? Then minor. Okay? Can a person buy a sovereign gold bond in the name of a minor? And then is 50 gram of gold. Can 50 gram of gold be bought? Can you buy 50 gram of gold under the sovereign gold bond scheme? This is the thing that has been asked here. So now if I say here, guys, second and third statement here is right. Now we know because HUF, the eligibility is not 15 kg, it is 20 kg. Sorry, 4 kg for HUF. Okay? So that is the thing, if you remember this thing. Because the questions were asked in the form of case study, this made the questions quite complicated here, guys. This is the reason the question here becomes quite complicated. Now coming to the second question, if I talk about here, the question is, who among the following is eligible to receive the benefits under the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Man Dhan Yojana? Now here also the questions have been asked in the form of case study. ठीक है, देखो नाम डाल दिए. What they have done is they have given the question in the form of name. ठीक है, the question is basically on the eligibility criteria and key features of the scheme. Anil, 46-year-old, having 5 acres of cultivable land, can apply under the scheme. That is Harsh, a 35-year-old, applies for the scheme. ठीक है जी, with a minimum assured return of rupees 3,000. Sahil is 36-year-old and he himself is a benefit of NPS. He is a member of NPS. Now here, guys, again the question is in a moderate line because see the question in the form of case study has been asked here. हमें पता है if a person is enrolled in NPS, he is not eligible for Pradhan Mantri Kisan Man Dhan Yojana. So here, if I talk about here, guys, The answer here is only number 2. So here in the first statement also देखो age group 46 years है, जबकि वहां पे eligibility क्या होती है 18 to 40 years. This is the thing why the first and third statement here becomes incorrect. Okay. So see, eligibility age is 18 to 40 years of age and cultivable hectare land is 2 hectares. Now guys, coming to the next question, ठीक है जी, that is the question was asked on match the following question has been asked on the scheme, ठीक है जी, Ram, again in the form of case study. So Ram wants to increase the birth of his milk cattle. She is the member of, lady has been talked about, who is a member of SC community and wants to set up a greenfield project. Then a married woman who has shifted to city with her husband and they both need shelter here. So these were the 3 statements that were being asked, and along with them they have asked the match the following with that specific scheme. तो greenfield project की बात है, stand up India scheme, milk scatter राष्ट्रीय गोकुल scheme, a married woman recently shifted. Now see, under the one stop center scheme the most important thing that we know here is कि generally क्या होता है, woman can get a shelter if he has a sufferer from domestic violence. But here nothing has been talked about domestic violence, so that might be the reason the option number D, the matching here is incorrect. But still guys, I can say this is a question that we again can say it is tough in nature because in an examination इतना logic लगाना इतना time नहीं होता है. Understand this feeling, ठीक है जी. And then also case study based question, these are difficult to attempt here. So here as I've discussed, A and B were matched correctly. चलो. So here guys you can see when you were getting the PDF, ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे आपको पूरा पेपर जो है वो you can look at the things from the here features of the scheme you can get look at from here. Next question was about the Bhumi Rashi portal. Bhumi Rashi portal was again seen in news in the month of March. ठीक है जी. So Bhumi Rashi portal, the statements are which of the following statements are correct about the Bhumi Rashi portal? So the statements were government has started transferring compensation directly to the beneficiary account. It is now integrated with the public finance management system platform and the portal has been made mandatory for all the project implementing agencies. These were the 3 statements that were being asked on the Bhumi Rashi portal. So here all these statements were correct. And if I talk as I've talked, so Bhumi Rashi portal was seen in PIB in the month of March. ठीक है जी. तो March current affairs, देखो recent current affairs, recent 6 to 9 months are the most important thing that needs to be focused. So here RBI has said is the last 6 to 9 months play a very important role here. Now coming to the next question here guys, that is about the again a case study based question has been asked is. So here what they have done is they have given the key feature in the question itself. Rahul has recently completed his graduation, that is under the eligibility graduation will be done with a professional degree. He is interested in doing an internship and has been sent to the NCDC for the same under which of the following schemes Rahul will be enrolled to gain experience of working in the field of to be a self-reliant person. Now here this tells us that a very in-depth knowledge of a scheme is required. Each and every key features needs to be needs to be thought out properly. Then these kind of questions you can attempt in the examination. So here guys, this was basically being discussed talking about the Sehakar Mitra scheme or internship program. Now coming to the next question. The next question is which of the following is not the objective of the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. So yes guys, as we have seen in the previous year paper of RBI, agriculture specific schemes has been asked even in this year's examination. So this means the schemes be it related to the ESI syllabus as well as agriculture are really important for our examination. So if I talk about the thing here, the statements that have been given here. Now see, if you look at the basic understanding, enhancement of production and productivity, doubling of farmers' income, strengthening the infrastructure and post-harvest losses. Now see this statement, free education to the children will be provided under the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. Then is social, physical and security to fishes and farmers. Now remember something, if you have just a basic idea of Matsya Sampada Yojana, we know this thing. In the Matsya Sampada Yojana, it is basically talking about fisheries production. Nothing has been talked about free education that will be provided here. So based on that, the option number D here is incorrect. ठीक है, तो ऑप्शन नंबर डी जो है वो आपकी इनकरेक्ट है. चलिए Next question is guys about the Vaya Vandana Yojana. So PM Vaya Vandana Yojana for the senior citizens. The system, the question has been asked, the tenure of the policy is 10 years. One can invest, the maximum amount that can be invested is 70,000 under the Vaya Vandana Yojana. Pension will be available as per the frequency of monthly, quarterly or half yearly basis. So if I look at this question, the answer here is option number 3, that is 1 and 3. So maximum amount 70,000 नहीं है. Do let me know the chat box what is the maximum amount that could be invested. ठीक है, इन्वेस्टमेंट कितनी हो सकती है देखो. पॉलिसी टर्म 10 years, इन्वेस्टमेंट लिमिट 15 lakh per senior citizens, ठीक है जी, and 7.5 lakh which was doubled from 2018. Minimum investment 1,56,000, that is 12,000 per annum, और मिनिमम पेंशन इज 1,000 पर मंथ. तो अगर 12,000 इंटू 12 करो तो अराउंड 1,44,000 हो जाती है. तो वो वाली स्टेटमेंट 70,000 becomes wrong here. Now the next question on the PME Vidya scheme was asked. Again PME Vidya scheme was seen in news just 2 to 3 days back here before your examination also. So this might be a case that recent schemes that were being seen in news and which were earlier also seen in news, so they have collaborated that thing and then they have asked the question here. So PME Vidya scheme, the question has been asked is, it will enable the digital onlining, on-air access to education. It includes extensive use of radio, community and podcast and special content for children with special needs, especially for visually and hearing impaired learners, will basically be implemented here. Now if I look at here, all the statements about the PME Vidya scheme here is right. Now guys, coming to the next question. So here see, aim of the scheme, facilitating the access learning, and what they have done is, the initiatives that have been taken under the PME Vidya scheme has basically been asked here in your examination. Chaliye. Now the next question was guys on the Stand Up India scheme. So now see, 2 questions have been asked on Stand Up India scheme. One we know that has been asked in the form of match the following. ठीक है, again Stand Up India scheme was seen in the month of April. तो Stand Up India scheme से 2 क्वेश्चन पूछे उन्होंने आपके. One is related to greenfield project. Then the statement here is the loan is provided between 10 lakh to 1 crore to SC or ST. It has to be repayable within 7 years. Moratorium period is 36 months. Then the rate of interest that is applicable on the loan would be on the form of MCLR of 4 plus minus %. ठीक है, तो देखो what statement here is right here. Now if I talk about here, only statement 1 becomes right because let's see the moratorium period that is under the scheme here. ठीक है जी, तो repayable is in 7 years, maximum moratorium period is 18 months, not 36 months. That's why the statement here becomes incorrect. MCLR 4% नहीं है, plus minus plus 3% है. So that's why the statement number 2nd and 3rd becomes incorrect here. Now was coming to the last question was on the PM Cares for Children scheme, a recent scheme in the month of June. ठीक है, in the month of May and June, PM Cares for Children scheme was seen in news. So that is the reason they have asked a question here. The statements that were given is, children who have lost both the parents or legal guardian or adoptive parent, surviving parent are eligible. So first question is on the eligibility of the scheme. Second statement was basically the portal has been launched to register these children under the scheme. ठीक है, so that processes and assistances could be provided to the children. Then the last statement was about the eligible children. Okay, they will get the benefit of rupees 1 lakh. So now guys, if you look at this statement, we know आयुष्मान भारत स्कीम के अंदर 1 lakh नहीं 5 lakh का बेनिफिट मिलता है, which tells us that this statement here becomes incorrect. And that's why our answer will be both 1 and 2. So guys, this was all about your objective paper. Now one thing that needs to be understood here is that we have seen from the examination is, yes, the most of the questions were being asked from the current affairs that we have seen in the past 6 to 9 months. Yes, there were some unexpected questions, that is the question on a report has been asked, that is report that has been released way back, which is the most toughest question. So I can say this is the question, it all depends on your emotional intelligence कि आप कितना concentrate होके इस examination को कितना concentrate होके पेपर को दे रहे थे. But still we can say the paper is on a toughest line. It is not an easy icing on a cake paper where you can sit and you can solve the question easily. It is not that kind of paper. So now guys, I would like to welcome Prakash sir here. So here we'll be basically discussing about the descriptive paper with you. ठीक है? So now guys, over to Prakash sir. So he will be now taking forward your queries about the descriptive paper here. Okay ji, so over to you sir.
So hello guys, welcome to EduTap again. So guys, basically in this session I am going to take the descriptive questions. As Gurkira sir has said that if you are preparing for next year examination, so it is very much necessary for you to understand, to go through the previous year questions, right? By analyzing the previous year questions, you will get to know what kind of questions have been asked from any particular topic and what should be the trend, what should be your strategy for preparing any particular topic, right? So this should be your strategy. So that is why you have to analyze the previous year questions. You have to go through the syllabus, you have to go through the previous year questions, so that you will get the idea of how to cover any particular topic. So guys, if we talk about descriptive questions in this year, that is RBI Grade B Phase 2 2022 examination. So basically there are few points which you should remember, which you should keep in your mind while preparing for next year examination. What are these points? So basically these are analysis. So if I discuss, so number first is that this year 4 questions were asked from the economics, and guys 2 questions were asked from social issues, right? So this is very first analysis which you should understand. But the thing is that this is not going to be logged, right? Rather this trend can be reversed, this trend can be changed, and next year more questions can be asked from social issues and less question can be economics. So this is not, I can say this is not a thumb rule, rather you should keep in mind that this is the trend of this year, right? Number second is, by analyzing this year paper, you can see that there is a gradual movement towards asking question by integrating different topics under same component. This is the second point. So when we will discuss the question, you will see that there is an integration of 2 topics, and after integrating 2 topics, they have framed a very beautiful question, right? So this is again a gradual movement from asking topics from any particular topic towards integration of different topics under the same component, right? And next, that is the third analysis, is integration of different component. Integration of different component means that there is an integration of topics from both economics as well as finance and management, and after integrating topics from these 2 components, they have framed a beautiful question. So this is basically, these all are 3 key analyses of this year's descriptive questions. Now guys, let's discuss the descriptive questions asked in RBI Grade B Phase 2 2022 examination, right? So here you can see the question number first. So question number first is, although urbanization has been spreading to the hinterlands, caste and gender discrimination is rampant. In this opinion, how will you justify the protective discriminatory policy? Guys, this question falls in the second analysis that we have just discussed, that they have integrated 2 topics under the economics component. Good evening, Amit. So basically in this question, they have integrated 2 topics under the economics component. What are those topics? The topic is urbanization and migration, and second is social justice. So they have integrated these 2 topics and framed this beautiful question, right? So you have to make strategy according to this, how you need to cover any particular topic, right? So you cannot cover any topic separately, rather you have to have the integrated approach of covering both the economics and social issues as well as finance and management, right? So here you can see, guys, first of all, you need to understand the question. The very first requirement is to understand the question, mark the question, highlight the keywords mentioned in the question, and you have to understand the different micro questions asked in the main question only, right? Guys, content are subjective. You can use any content, whatever you want. As far as content is concerned, everything is right as far as you are able to justify the same, right? So if we talk about this question, so guys, you have to break the question first. So the question is, although urbanization has been spreading to the hinterlands. So first of all, the very first micro question is that you have to justify this, that yes, urbanization has been spreading to the hinterlands. So you have to justify this statement by mentioning some data, by mentioning some reports, whatever it can be, right? Second micro question is, caste and gender discrimination is rampant. Irrespective of the fact that urbanization has been spreading to the hinterlands, caste and gender discrimination is rampant. So guys, second micro question is that you have to justify this, that yes, despite urbanization has been spreading to the hinterlands, caste and gender discrimination is rampant. So this is your second micro question. Guys, I'm telling you the art of breaking the question, art of attempting descriptive questions, right? This is an art. Content irrespective of, sometimes it happens that you may have less content with respect to any particular question. But guys, remember this, if you have the skills to present your ideas, you can score good marks irrespective of having less content, right? Second question we have addressed. And third is, in this opinion, how will you justify the protective discriminatory policy, right? So guys, here you need to tell, first of all, you need to tell what are the protective discriminatory policies. Then after that, you have to justify the protective discriminatory policy. I hope you are getting how you can tackle this particular question, right? So you have to break this question into multiple micro questions and you have to address them separately. So guys, as I told you that this topic was asked by integrating questions, by integrating topics from urbanization and migration and social justice, right? So here you can see, first of all, you need to mention the fact, you need to justify the fact that yes, urbanization has been spreading to the hinterlands. And after that, guys, you have to mention that irrespective of urbanization has been spreading to the hinterlands, there are caste and gender discrimination. So you can mention the report, you can mention the data, you can mention the report facts, whatever it can be, right? So basically I am telling you how you can approach any particular answer. So you have to learn this art so that you can implement it better. Then next is, what are the reasons behind such phenomena? What phenomena? The phenomena that irrespective of the urbanization has been spreading to hinterlands, why gender and caste discrimination is still rampant. So why this phenomena exists? So that is why here you have to explain it, right? Like lack of intermingling, lack of behavioral change, low pattern of participation of women in various sectors, problems associated with feminization of agriculture in rural places, caste identities assume new forms. So you can elaborate on these lines, right? This is not the perfect answer, this is a model answer, guys. ये एक model answer है, and you can give your answer in as according to your discretion, according to your opinion. Then after that, guys, you have to tell what are the protective discriminatory policies that have been taken by the government, right? So you can mention the constitutional provisions related to women representations in Panchayati Raj institutions. You can also mention constitutional provisions for caste representations in PRIs, that is Panchayati Raj institutions. Guys, you can also mention some policy level, the schemes taken by the government, right, for promoting the interest of you can say vulnerable classes, right? So guys, through this way you till now you have covered that what protective discriminatory policies have been taken by the government, right? And after that you have to justify, and what is the good justification of this? The justification of this, whatever reasons you have mentioned, these reasons that you have mentioned here. For example, let me tell you how you can justify. You can justify by mentioning first of all these data, that yes, irrespective of urbanization has been spreading to hinterlands. You can check these data, as well as these are the reasons which are the clear justification of the protective discriminatory policies. So I hope you are getting. Now let's move to the question number 2. And guys, do not forget to write the conclusion, right? So here you can conclude your entire discussion. Now let's move to the question number 2. So question number 2 is the straightforward question. What is meant by economic reforms? Explain all the types of reform in economic policies in India from the 1990s till now. Right? So quite a straightforward question. You do not need to apply your logic. If you know, you can answer it very well. So guys, this question is static and it is 15 marker question asked from the component economics. The level is quite easy. The topic is economic history of India. And whether it is covered in our course, yes, it is covered. So those who have access, those who have subscribed our course, they must have gone through this particular question, right? So first of all, guys, you need to define what is economic reforms, since it is specifically asked in the question. So you have to mention what do you mean by economic reforms. Then after that what reform measures have been taken after the 1990 till now, right? So here you can bifurcate your answer: macroeconomic stabilization measures, structural reform measures, etc., etc. So under which you can easily cover liberalization, and further you can mention what kind of liberalization measures have been taken, so you can easily elaborate it. Then after that, privatization, you can also mention about globalization, right? So this is how you can easily answer this particular question, right, guys? And after that, last but not the least, you can you have to conclude your entire discussion. So guys, introduction, body and conclusion must be there in any answer. Whatever answer you are writing, make sure that you are writing introduction, body and conclusion. Now let's move to the question number 3rd. But before that guys, here you can see that we have covered this particular question very explicitly. So here you can see that we have discussed economic reforms in India, we have discussed its background, we have also discussed about liberalization, privatization and globalization in detail, right? So those who have gone through our materials, they must have answered this particular question very well. Then guys, question number 3rd, it is a difficult question, I can say, and this falls under the analysis number 3rd, which we have discussed at the starting of our descriptive discussion, right? So here you can see that this question was framed by integrating FM and ESI. Read the question carefully, try to understand the question, mark the highlight, mark the keywords in this particular question, then try to answer this. So question number 3rd is, financial resilience is essential to any financial institution, business. Discuss in light of a financial stability report by Reserve Bank of India, December 2021. Then challenges faced by the Indian economy and economic reforms taken in view of the outbreak of COVID-19 in India. Right, friends? So though this question can be broken into multiple micro questions, first of all, you need to understand that financial resilience is essential to any financial institution or business. So first of all, you need to tell what do you mean by financial resilience. Then you have to tell why it is essential to any financial institution, business, right? So you have broken this statement into 2 micro questions. Then after that, you have to justify this first line, that is financial resilience is essential to any financial institution. You have to justify this particular statement with the help of financial stability report, which was released by Reserve Bank of India in December 2021. And after that, you have to answer the second component, that is challenges faced by Indian economy and economic reforms taken in view of the outbreak of COVID-19, right? So here you can see this question was mostly current oriented. 15 marker question asked from economics and finance. Difficulty level, it was a difficult question. Then topic is RBI annual report, and whether we have covered in our EduTabs course. Yes, we have covered it. So guys, first of all, you need to tell about the financial resilience. What is the financial resilience? Then you have to tell why it is essential for the financial institutions or business. So here you can see we have covered this. Then after that, you have to justify that particular statement with the help of Financial Stability Report 2021, which was specifically asked in the question itself, right? So you have to justify this. You can use key highlights from the Financial Stability Report 2021. Then you can move to part B of this particular question. So here, first of all, you need to mention the current challenges during the outbreak of COVID-19, right? So you can mention the challenges, that is 2 years worth of GDP growth has been lost. Both retail and wholesale inflation is trending up. Guys, these are just points, right? You can use different points also. So it is not like that these are only points which you can use in your answer. You can use any point as far as you are able to justify your points. So guys, here you can see that you can, first of all, we need to mention some challenges which Indian economy has been facing during the COVID outbreak. Then after that, we have to mention some steps taken by the government, right? So to revive the business, government took various initiatives for financial support to MSMEs under the Atmanirbhar Bharat package as mentioned below. So you have to mention some steps taken by the government. So emergency credit line guarantee scheme, funds of funds, credit guarantee scheme for subordinate debt, global tenders, ICT based system, champions portal. You must have aware about this. And last but not the least, you have to conclude your entire discussion, right? So this is how you can approach this particular question. Though question seems very difficult, but when you break any question into some micro questions, the question becomes easier, right? So this should be your strategy. This should be your approach while answering any particular question. So don't have fear in your mind. Do not get afraid while seeing any question that how I am not able to solve this particular question. Rather, try to understand, try to read the question first, then break that question into multiple micro questions, and after that try to answer all the micro questions created by you, right guys? So here you can see that we have covered in our EduTab course also. So here important financial soundness indicator, though we have not directly covered, but yeah, in a segregated form we have covered this particular questions. So those who have gone through our material, they must have answered this very well. Now guys, let's move to question number 4. So question number 4 is rural entrepreneurship. How the hinterland's young enterprise can solve India's social challenges. Quite a straightforward question from social component, right? So here you can see the question is mostly current or static oriented. Guys, you have to integrate both static as well as your current knowledge while answering these questions. The question is 10 marker, asked from the social issues component. Difficulty level was quite moderate, current affairs based, and whether we have covered in EduTap course, so we did not directly cover this, but yes, those who have covered social issues component, they could have easily answered this question. Now guys, question is about the rural entrepreneurship. So first of all, you need to tell about what is rural entrepreneurship, right? Because it is specifically asked. Then after that, what are the social challenges in rural economy? So India's social challenges are multifaceted. In the rural sector, this becomes end-to-end deeply in caste and caste related occupations. These challenges are as follows: social challenges facing India, infrastructure challenges, findings of World Economic Forum 2019 report. So guys, you have to mention a lot of examples, a lot of report while answering any particular question. Socio-economic inclusion of rural India. Here you can give some data, some example like limited physical connectivity, lack of digital connectivity, nil or limited financial inclusion. So these all are social challenges in rural India, right? Now the question is, though there are many social challenges, they can be overcome by boosting rural entrepreneurship. This was the question, right? So first of all, you need to tell what are the social challenges. Then after that, you can tell about how these challenges can be overcome by boosting rural entrepreneurship. So here you can see balanced development, the call of the our rural entrepreneurship envisioned around rural industrialization, rural entrepreneurship, solution to social challenges, etc. And last but not the least, guys, you have to conclude the statement. So I hope you are getting how you can tackle any particular question, right? So basic thing is, first of all, you need to read the question. After that, you have to highlight the keywords mentioned in the question. Then after that, you have to break the main question into different micro questions. And guys, after that, you have to answer each micro question separately, right? So this is the key here. Now let's move to the question number 5. So question number 5 is, write a short note on the current monetary policy framework in India. Quite a straightforward question, right? So current question is quite static 10 marker question asked from the topic economics, right? Monetary and monetary policy. Then difficulty level, it was an easy question. Topic is monetary policy since reforms of 1991. And whether we have covered this in our EduTap course? Yes, we have covered it, right? So first of all, you can start your answer by mentioning some previous years, by mentioning earlier monetary policy framework. So you can also mention monetary policy framework from the period 1985 to 1998. Then you can mention 1998 to 2016, and then you can mention the current monetary policy framework, right? And after that, you have to elaborate on inflation targeting, because this is our current monetary policy framework. So you have to elaborate on inflation targeting. So you can mention that under section 45 ZA, the central government in consultation with the RBI determines the inflation target in terms of the consumer price index once in 5 years, and you have to elaborate it quite further, right? You can also tell the failure to maintain inflation target, when it will be considered that RBI has failed to maintain this particular target, to maintain the inflation target, and when it will be considered, and what are the consequences related to that, right? So this we have to elaborate in this particular question. So guys, after making this, you have to conclude this as we do in all our questions, right? So now let's talk about coverage in EduTap course. So yes, we have covered it in detail. So here you can see this is a snippet from our course material, that inflation targeting framework in India. So guys, here you can see that we have discussed in detail the inflation targeting framework in India, where we have discussed in detail about the inflation targeting. What are the factors? The central government notified the following factors that constitute failure to achieve the inflation target, right? So we have covered it in detailed manner. So those who have subscription of our course, those who have subscribed, and those who have gone through our materials, they must have answered this question very well. Now guys, last but not the least, question number 6, what is NBFC? How is it different from a bank? Mention 5 types of NBFCs registered with the RBI. So quite a straightforward question, right? Though there are 3 micro questions, but they are easily identifiable, right? So first of all, you need to tell what is NBFC, non-banking finance companies. Then second is, how is it different from a bank? Then mention 5 types of NBFCs registered with Reserve Bank of India. So guys, you can see that this question is quite static in nature. It is a 10 marker question asked from the topic economics. Difficulty level was moderate and topic is functions of RBI from finance. So that is why guys I am saying that you have to read the component in such a way so that you can integrate the topic from finance and management as well as economic and social issues, right? Because this is the trend that you can analyze here. And whether we have covered in EduTap course, yes, we have covered it in detail. So guys, first of all, you need to tell about the NBFC as asked in the question, what is NBFC? Then after that, difference between the NBFC and bank. So you can see here that here it is given in detail. Then after that, various types of NBFCs which are registered with the Reserve Bank of India. So it can be asset finance company, it can be investment company, it can be loan company, it can be infrastructure finance company, or it can be systematically important coal investment company, right? So as you have to mention only 5 companies, so these can be 5 companies. And guys, if you see, we have covered in detail in our EduTap course, right? So here you can see we have discussed around 10 types of NBFCs which are registered with the Reserve Bank of India, rather 12 type of NBFCs, right? So those who have subscribed our course, those who have read this content, they must have answered this question beautifully. So guys, this is all for the detailed analysis, the detailed solution of our ESI paper of RBI Grade B Phase 2 exam.
So guys, whenever we start the preparation, the most important thing is previous year question papers. Analysis of the previous year question paper is very, very important because it gives us a clear picture that on which path we have to start preparing for the examination. And we have already discussed the economic and social issues phase 2 examination paper with regards to the exam year of 2024. And today we are going to discuss about your ESI paper for the year 2023, which will give you a clear picture that how the examination has evolved if I talk about from 2023 to 2024. So please watch the video till the end. But before we start the video, guys, an important thing for all of you. You guys can subscribe to our free course which we are providing to you, where we can experience the mentorship which we guys are providing to you. You can see the demo lectures because it's not a full course, but you can see a glimpse of the things we are offering in the course. So you can see demo lectures, you can see demo PDFs. Along with that, guys, the important thing is you can also have a look कि क्या हम आपको स्ट्रेटजी प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, क्या टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स आपको यूटिलाइज करनी है इफ यू आर टारगेटिंग द एग्जामिनेशन फॉर द ईयर 2025. So let's first proceed with this. We cannot say it's an easy paper, it's a moderate paper because there were some questions which were on expected line and some questions were those which we were not expecting, but still they have been asked in the examination. So the first paragraph based question that was being there in the examination was regarding the mission life here. So you can see the paragraph here which is basically talking about the behavioral changes in individuals for combating the climate change. Then the paragraph was describing about that the initiative got launched in Kevadia, that's in Gujarat. So this was the thing, these two things basically help students to first of all solve the first question, that was which of the following initiative has basically been discussed in this above paragraph, and the answer was mission life. Then guys, the second question was which of the following is basically not included in the 7 categories of mission life. So we know Project 75 dashboard is an initiative under mission life, okay, where the 7 categories have been identified, and out of these we know that planting trees is not a category here, rest were the categories. So this was the question that was there. Then guys, the next question was about the phases of mission life. So we know there are 3 phases in mission life. So it is saying this thing, phase 1 is regarding change in policy, phase 2 is regarding change in supply, and phase 3 is change in demand here. So it was a match the following based question where we know that phase 1 is basically talked about changing in demand, phase 2 is about change in supply, and phase 3 is basically change in policy. So the answer here becomes A3, B2 and C1 becomes the answer here. Then guys, if I move further on, the next question was basically on the background of mission life, where the question was that this initiative was basically announced by the Prime Minister at which of the following events. So we know the answer for that is Conference of Parties 26, which has taken place in Glasgow. So that was the thing here. Then guys, the next paragraph based question that was there was somehow thing that we were not expecting, that is a static question that has been asked in the examination from the World Trade Organization. So WTO, little bit, that is the trade barometers of WTO are generally seen in news, but being an organization, the questions that have been asked, I can say this was literally, it was a surprise for students with respect to WTO. But if you have been thorough with your ESI static preparation, you could solve this question here also. So here it is basically talking about that this organization deals with the rules of trades between the nations, okay, and then the paragraph has clearly defined that it was earlier known as General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, from where the students got to know that it is actually talking about World Trade Organization. So first question that was there is because some rounds of talks have been discussed in the paragraph. The question was that which round of talk has resulted into the creation of the organization that is mentioned in the passage, and the answer is Uruguay round, with the help of which the World Trade Organization generally came into place. Then the next question was, which is the establishment year of the organization, that is establishment year of World Trade Organization. So here again guys, if I talk about this question, this is still looking really difficult question, because here many students know that it was established in 1995, but there were confusion options like whether it was established on 1st of October 1995 or 1st of January 1995. So guys, the answer here was, that is, it was established on 1st of January 1995 here. Then the question was, who among the following is the Director General of the organization? So if I talk about Ngozi Okonjo, she was the first female director of World Trade Organization. So that is why I can say she was appointed 2 years back. But now because they were focusing on World Trade Organization, so they have asked a question on its director also. Then the next question was, guys, I again will say that this is a difficult question, because if you have thoroughly read about WTO, then you can solve these questions. Otherwise, it was really difficult to attempt these questions. It says, which of the following is the topmost decision-making body of the World Trade Organization that generally meets after every 2 years? So answer is Ministerial Conference here. Then guys, the next paragraph was basically on World Economic Outlook. So IMF World Economic Outlook is being defined in the syllabus of RBI also. So the question basically was that which of the following organization has basically, or report has been discussed. So answer was IMF's World Economic Outlook report has been discussed in this passage. Then it says that as per the report that is mentioned in the passage, the advanced economies are expected to see an especially pronounced growth shutdown, that is from 2.7% to what percentage in 2023? So answer is 1.3%. General questions on reports which we always expect, that is global economy, India economy, advanced economies, emerging economies. So that's what they have asked in the examination. Now the next is, guys, I can say this is a very difficult question here, because now they have gone really into in depth of the report, where they have asked the database for the above report is created during the biannual exercise, which begins in dash and dash of each year. As a result, that the reports are released in the month of April or September, October. So here the answer is that the data are generally collected in January and June. Now guys, see one thing here, they have talked about IMF's report, and within the report now they have again asked a static question to you, which is basically talking about which of the following are the 3 critical missions of IMF. It is not from report, but from report they have moved to the organization. That's the thing they have asked this year in the examination. So the options were furthering the international monetary cooperation, then it says encouraging the expansion of trade and economic growth, and discouraging policies that would harm the prosperity. So answer here is all of these are the 3 critical missions of the International Monetary Fund here. Then guys, there was a question on the scheme, that is particularly vulnerable tribal group scheme, which has been announced in the budget of 2023-24 here. So first question was actually talking about that which of the following scheme has been discussed here. So the scheme name was the Pradhan Mantri PVTG Development Mission here. Then the next question, guys, because it was announced in the budget, so now see, from the scheme they moved to the report, that is union budget. So it's again an interlinkage has been done in the questions. Okay, so they have asked that the development work of PVTGs are being taken under which one of the following priorities, that is under the union budget Sapt Rishi. So the answer here was reaching the last mile. Reaching the last mile was the thing where under which the PVTG scheme was basically announced. Now guys, I will say this is one of the most unexpected things we have seen this year, because now they are asking questions, I can say little bit out of the box. So one of the example is here. It says which of the following states does not belong to the group of 18 states that have the particularly vulnerable tribal groups. So it's really difficult to read all these 18 states. So they have asked which of the following is not. So guys, if you look at the option here also, it's again little bit complicated. That is Assam, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra and Odisha. So here the answer is only Assam is a state out of these options which has no particularly vulnerable tribal group. Then guys, the next question was Government of India follows which of the following criteria for the identification of particularly vulnerable tribal groups. So again, you can see they have started from the scheme, then they moved to the budget, and now they are going to the background of the thing that has been discussed. So again, a static based question has been asked. Government, that is following criteria. So the criteria were like pre-agricultural level of technology, low level of literacy, economic backwardness, and then was the declining or stagnant population. So here all these things are basically the criteria for the identifications of particularly vulnerable tribal group. Now guys, the next paragraph was on the e-Shram portal, which is again being expected because e-Shram portal was also seen in news multiple number of times. So first thing was, now see, they have asked a static based question that as per the latest data, how many workers have enrolled under the portal that is mentioned in the above passage. So the answer to that was 289 million is the answer here. Next question, if I talk about on this thing, that is now guys, e-Shram portal has basically been integrated with the Umang portal. Now what they have asked is that this NTUW has been integrated with an application which is developed by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and which organization. So the answer here was National E-Governance Division is the answer here. Okay, then the next question was which of the following services can be accessed through the applications that is mentioned in the above passage. It was like income tax filing, Aadhaar and Provident Fund services, gas cylinder booking and passport seva. So again, I will say all these things can be availed using the Umang application. Now, next is which of the following states has exceeded the registration target as on 27th of March 2023. So now guys, you can see here that the questions here were quite factual and quite data heavy. Dynamic data as well questions have been asked here. So if you look at the things here, they have given the options like Uttar Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand and West Bengal. So if we come to the answer here will become that these are the three states who have achieved the target of more than 100%. So this was the data that was released as on 27th of March in your PIB. Okay, now let's proceed further here. Now guys, we'll be discussing about the 1 mark questions that have been asked in the examination, and all the 1 mark questions were basically being asked from the government schemes, the same trend that we have seen in the previous year paper also. Okay, now let's look at the question here. The first question was on the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. Now this is a very important thing for us to understand guys, because many of us were expecting there will be no questions on health and education. But considering the fact that social justice itself is a super component where health, education, human development all are being the subcomponents of that. So that on that note, they have asked the questions from health sector also. So they have asked which of the following is or are the conditions with respect to the benefits under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. Only 5 members of the families will be eligible for health insurance. Then it says he will not be eligible due to nature of his job, which says has a family consisting of 6 members. Then only Mr. X is eligible for the benefits under the scheme while family is not eligible. So we know guys, it is not the thing is about providing the health insurance benefit, but family members, there is no count here. So that's why here the first statement becomes wrong here. Second is he will not be eligible, he will always be eligible, okay, irrespective of any job, okay, the Jan Arogya Yojana is available here. And the third thing is it says only X is available. That is again wrong, because the whole family will be eligible for the pre-hospitalization as well as for the post-hospitalization also. Now Moving to the next question here, that is, who among the followings are eligible to avail the benefits under the Stand Up India scheme here? It says 20 years old woman who is planning to set up her own venture. Then it says person A who is planning to set up his second greenfield project. So we know second nahi. It's always the first greenfield project for which the funding is provided. Person Y, a willful defaulter, is planning to set up his first greenfield project. So now why this statement is wrong? Because he is a willful defaulter and the person should not be a willful defaulter to avail the benefit. So that's why here the answer becomes only 1 here. Now the next is a kind of, you can see, a case study based question where it says, it is a small deposit scheme of the government of India which is meant exclusively for girl child and played a vital role in improving the lives of the women by ensuring their financial independence and creating a secure future for them. Now it says, if a girl's date of birth is 1st of October 2023, which of the following statements are correct here? Account can be opened for her till 30th of September 2013. That's point number 1 here. Then it says, minimum deposit of rupees 250 and maximum deposit of 2.5 lakh can be done in a financial year. And then since the account can be transferred anywhere in India, that is one post office or bank to another here. So guys, with respect to this scheme, so the answer will become option number D, that is Sukanya Samriddhi scheme ki regarding answer ban jayega aapka option number D, only 3 here. One thing more I want to discuss here is, guys, I am just discussing a brief about you in this solution video. I will also be discussing, when you are getting the PDF now, you will be getting the detailed elaboration also with respect to the solutions also, and you can go through them also for better clarity with respect to all these questions here. Now moving towards our next question, that's question number 24, that is with respect to sovereign gold bond scheme. So guys, this is a scheme which is the most favorite scheme of RBI because they are consistently being asking questions from this specific scheme. So the question is, you have to identify the correct statement here, where first statement is saying investors compensated at a fixed rate of 2.5% per annum, which is payable semi-annually on nominal values and last interest payable on maturity along with the principal. Second price is issue prices would be less by rupees 50 per gram for investors who subscribe online and pay through digital mode. Third is tenure of sovereign gold bond will be a period of 8 years with an option of premature redemption, that we know after 5 years is there. And that says bonds are not sold through offices or branches of scheduled foreign banks. So that statement is wrong here. That's why the answer become option number C. 1, 2 and 3 will become the answer here. The next question is, guys, with respect to the Prime Minister's Scholarship Scheme, which is again, I can say, a surprise that was there in this examination. So the question is, which of the following will be eligible here to avail the benefits of Prime Minister's Scholarship Scheme? The first is, say, a widow who wanted to study MSc and have 60% in graduation. Will she be eligible? Then is widow who has completed diploma with 55% and want to pursue higher education. That's option number 2. And third is children who is in 12th and were given children with the 12th marks were given 58%. So here second and third statements are incorrect. Only the first person will be eligible here, that is a widow who wanted to study MSc and have 60% in graduation. Now guys, moving further on, the next question is with respect to Swadhar Grah scheme. So it says a woman is aged 45 years and is having 2 daughters who are aged 12 years and 8 years and they are staying under Swadhar Grah. So which of the following statements will be correct here with respect to this thing? It says the daughter's age with 12 will be shifted from Swadhar Grah. Women up to 45 years of age can stay there. And the next is a daughter with age of 8 years can stay with her mother for 5 years in Swadhar Grah. So here the answer becomes option number D, that is only 3 here. Next is a person who wants to open Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana store. Okay, with respect to his opening of accounts, which of the following statements given here are true? He says he would get 20% margin on the MRP. Then it says he would get a special financial assistance of rupees 2 lakh from the government. And third is, it says nominal incentives to Kendra's owner has been enhanced, that is from 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh, which says will be given at 15% of monthly purchase with a ceiling of rupees 12,000 per month. So here only the third statement is correct here. First and second are wrong here. Okay, then coming to the next thing here. that question number 28, that is with respect to the PM Kisan mobile app that was recently launched, just I will say 2 months before the examination this was launched. That is the face authentication feature on the PM Kisan app was launched. Now they have asked me which of the following services are provided under this face authentication app. First was that status of land seeding will be provided here. Second was the linking of Aadhaar with bank account can be seen here with the face authentication, and electronic KYC can be done by scanning the face without OTP or fingerprint. So all these are the features of the new app that has been launched under the PM Kisan. So I will again say PM Kisan was asked the previous year also, this year also they have asked the question on PM Kisan here. Now guys, the next question here is, if I again say guys, this is the question which I can say because we have witnessed that thing in the phase 1 also, where we have seen lengthy paragraphs in the phase 1 examination. Same thing we have witnessed here also with respect to the 1 mark question here also. So now it says that India is a young country, okay, which is brimming with youthful enthusiasm and aspiration. So in order to provide a fertile ground for sowing the seeds of India's development, it is basically very important to harness this innovative zeal of young, which can provide new age solutions here. So they said, now see, it says it provides loans up to rupees 10 lakh to non-corporate farm and small micro enterprises. Now in this whole paragraph, the main thing where we have to focus was the refinancing of micro units. So we know refinancing, it says loan up to 10 lakh will be provided. So we know refinancing and loan up to 10 lakh, the scheme will be PM Mudra here. So they have asked the question on PM Mudra, where they have asked which of the following statements here are correct with respect to the PM Mudra scheme. It says loan proposals should be only for setting up the new micro business enterprises. Now we know only is the thing here. That's why the first statement becomes wrong here. Second is there is no processing fee for loan up to rupees 50,000. That's absolutely right. Life insurance is mandatory. Again, guys, this is the thing here. It's not mandatory, it's voluntarily. That's why here the first and third statements are incorrect. Coming to the fourth statement, it says loans available for purchase of transport vehicles, tractors, trailers as well as two-wheelers will be there in case applicant intends to use these vehicles for commercial purpose. So which means you will be getting the transportation loan also, or you can say the vehicle loan also, but that vehicle will be used for commercial purpose. So here again that refinancing could be done. So that's why both 2 and 4 will become the answer here. Now guys, let's talk about the final question here with respect to your objective paper that was on Mahila Samman Saving Certificate Scheme, the question that has been asked. The question is, which among the following statements here are correct with respect to the Mahila Samman Saving Certificate Schemes for 2023? It says accounts can be closed before maturity only on the death of the account holder. So that's not the case here. ठीक है, premature भी हो सकता है. That's the point here. It says in case of premature closure of account, the interest rate will be reduced by 2%. So that statement is absolutely right here. Then it says partial withdrawal is allowed after 6 months from date of account opening but before the account's maturity. So that statement is wrong here. ठीक है जी, 6 months नहीं है, it's after 1 year. Then the next is in case of partial withdrawal, account holder can withdraw a maximum of 50%. It's not 50, it's 40%. So that's why here only the second statement becomes correct here. Okay, so this was about your objective questions that were asked in the examination. So now guys, here just believe that I have with me the descriptive questions which will now be discussed by Prakash sir in a very elaborative manner. But before he comes to us, I just wanted to give you a brief about these things. So the questions that I've discussed with you, so you will be getting this the answer solutions for that here also. Along with that, you will be seeing that a proper detailed explanation you will be getting here. Okay, so you will be getting proper detailed explanation in the PDF that is available to you. If I just scroll it down, so you can see about mission life, the thing has been asked here. So you can see why the thing, how we have covered it, each and everything you can see it from here. Then if I just scroll it down for you guys, so you can see about the WTO, that how this was covered or how the questions have been asked here. Each and everything guys is explained here. Okay. So if I just scroll it further it down for you guys, you can see about sovereign gold bond, the question that has been there. So how we have covered it, that's been there. And then if I talk about the scholarship scheme, okay, so what was the thing that's here? So the Aadhaar Grace scheme has been explained here. Then if I talk about Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, why the statement 3 is correct, why the other 2 statements are not correct, that is again being properly being given, properly being defined to you. That's the thing here. You can see here. So PM Mudra scheme, guys, you can see here 50,000 loan proposals for setting up of new and upgrading existing MOCs will be there. So that's the thing here. Then Mahila Saman Savings Certificate scheme properly has been defined here. That is first year on date of account opening, but before accounts maturity, account holder can withdraw 40% here. Account shall not be closed before maturity except in following cases: there is death and in case of extreme compassion medical grounds also. So that's why here the first statement was wrong there. So now guys, I would be inviting Prakash sir here, who will be carrying the session further on here, and he will be discussing with you about the descriptive paper, that how the questions have been asked and how you can write a better answer for that. Okay, so over to you, Prakash sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Hi guys, so welcome again. So now we are going to discuss the descriptive part of phase 2 of ESI paper, right? So 6 questions were there, you know very well, and out of that we have to attempt 4 questions. But if I conclude, if I make a short analysis of the questions, descriptive questions asked in the phase 2 of ESI RBI examination, that is ESI paper. So there you can see guys, ki 3 questions, that is 10 marks question, were straightforward, right? There is no much scope of making any experiment. But if I talk about the 15 marks question, that is 600 word question, so they were completely application based. So 15 marks questions were difficult in nature, and if I conclude the 10 marks questions, that were quite moderate to easy to moderate level, right? So let's discuss question one by one. So question number first is, explain 3 government schemes related to poverty alleviation and employment generation. This was a 10 marks question from the topic employment generation and poverty alleviation, which is mentioned in the syllabus of RBI Grade B examination, right? So now this is quite a straightforward question and easy question. So if you have prepared the current affairs, then also you can easily attempt this question. If you have covered the static portion, then also you could have attempted this question very well, right? So isko karna kaise, guys? So here you can see, first of all, you have to make a short introduction, which you can see here, that in the relentless pursuit of more equitable society, the government of India has recognized the pressing needs to address poverty and unemployment. To combat these challenges head on, several well-crafted government schemes have been implemented aimed at poverty alleviation and employment generation. These initiatives reflect the determination of governments to uplift vulnerable sections of society and foster inclusive economic growth. So guys, you know very well that we follow the pattern of introduction, body and conclusion, right? So same you have to follow in this question itself. So first of all, you have to make a short introduction of this particular question, though you might be feeling that there is no scope, or there is very less scope of giving introduction, but yes, introduction have to be given because this is very, very important, and that you can read from here. This is not a perfect introduction, but yeah, you can introduce like this as well. Then move to the main content, that is explain 3 government schemes, right? So first of all, you have to mention 3 government schemes related to poverty alleviation. So these are the 3 government schemes. You can mention some other as well, right? So these are just a model answer. So targeted public distribution system, that is TPDS, you can mention Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana, PM Ujjwala Yojana, right? So these 3 schemes are there. You can mention some other schemes as well, right? So these 3 are just an example. Then after that, you will move to the second part of the question, that is the 3 government schemes related to employment generation. Initially, we discussed the 3 government schemes related to poverty alleviation. Now we are discussing the 3 government schemes related to employment generation. So same you can attempt. If you have prepared the current affairs, then you can use your knowledge from there also. If you have not prepared the current affairs, so if you have covered the static portion, you can use the knowledge from there also. So here you can see we have given 3 schemes, that is Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana, PM Swanidhi scheme and Ajivika, right? You can mention some other schemes as well. So that is up to you. The thing is that you have to attempt this question in this way. So this is quite a straightforward question where there is no scope of making any experiment or doing something extra, but these are 3 government schemes. Then after that, what you can do, you can further mention the challenges also, right? Though it is not specifically asked in the question that you have to mention the challenges, but if you mention the challenges, because try to understand the question is about the government initiatives for poverty alleviation and employment generation, right? So though we have taken the steps, but still we are that steps are not up to the mark, right? Some lacunas are there, so that means the challenges are there, right? So if you can mention the challenge, so that will give you quite additional points. So but you have to keep in mind that you have to follow the word limit. So if you are within the word limit, then you can add further one dimension, that is challenges. So few challenges are there, like for example funding and budget constraints, administrative and bureaucratic hurdles, right? So these are some challenges, though this is not specifically asked, but yes, you can still add it if you are in the word limit itself. And at the end, guys, you know very well that you have to give the way forward, that what can be done, right, to for the employment generation, what can be done to alleviate the poverty. So these are some steps like simplification of administrative procedures, whatever administrative procedures are there, we can simplify it so that it can be accessible to by the poor itself, right? Then robust targeting and identification mechanism. So basically we have to have a very robust targeting and identification mechanisms through which we can identify the poor, through which we can identify the unemployed persons, right? So this we have to ensure. So these are some way forward, and at the end, guys, you know very well that you have to conclude it. You have to conclude every answer. Conclusion can be different, conclusion can be short, conclusion can be little, you can say in an elaborated way, but yeah, you have to use the conclusion, you have to conclude your answer, right? So like for example here we have used that government of India has taken commendable steps in addressing poverty alleviation and employment generation through various well-crafted schemes. These initiatives empower marginalized communities and drive positive change in India's socio-economic landscape. With a relentless pursuit of progress, the government strives to build a prosperous nation where no one is left behind, right? So you have to conclude it on a positive note. Got it? So this is how you can attempt this particular question. And guys, if I talk about the EduTap notes, so we have covered it holistically. Here you can see the snippet from our notes, that is poverty alleviation program in India. We have covered in detail. Then further, these all are the steps. Then further steps taken by government for the employment, right? So here you can see we have discussed this also. So we have covered it in a detailed way if I talk about the EduTap notes. Then question number second is again quite a straightforward question from the monetary policy topic of your syllabus, that is discuss monetary policy and mention in brief at least 8 monetary policy instruments. This is quite a straightforward question, right? And I know you all have prepared this. Why this is so? Because this is a very important topic of economic issues, and everyone prepares whenever they prepare the economic and social issues component. So first of all, quite a straightforward question. There is no scope of too much variation, too much experiment. Simply they have asked that discuss monetary policy, and along with that you have to mention in brief at least 8 monetary policy instruments, right? So what you can do here, again, you have to use the introduction. So here you can see the introduction, monetary policy, which is the definition which is specifically asked in the question itself. So monetary policy is a critical tool used by the central bank to manage money supply, interest rates and liquidity in the economy with the aim of achieving various macroeconomic objectives. There are several instruments through which the central bank implements monetary policy. Simple and sweet, right? You are not supposed to use very difficult language. The idea is that you have to express yourself. You have to make that someone after reading your answer get it, right? So you have to make it understandable. So in that case you can simply give the simple definition, that will be enough. Then move to the second part of the question, that is mention in brief at least 8 monetary policy instruments. So you have to mention at least 8 monetary policy instruments. So you know very well there are 2 categories, that is quantitative instruments and qualitative instruments, right? So if I talk about quantitative instruments, so you know very well that these are like CRR, like SLR, that is statutory liquidity ratio, then marginal standing facility, right? You all have read this. If you read the economic and social issues, you will definitely read these components. These are very, very basic things that you have to prepare in this topic, right? If you have not idea of these all topics, then it would be difficult for you. But whenever we read this topic, these are the very, very basic things that we read. Then after that, repo rate, then reverse repo rate, then standing deposit facility, right? So these are 6 instruments falls under the quantitative instruments. Then if I talk about qualitative instruments, then here you can see moral suasion, credit rationing, and then the direct action is also there, right? So these all are the instruments, and at the end you have to conclude, as I already told you that you have to give conclusion in every answer. So here you can see that monetary policy is a crucial tool used by the central bank to manage money supply, interest rates and liquidity in the economy with the aim of achieving various macroeconomic objectives. By using various instruments, the central bank aims to stabilize inflation, boost economic growth and maintain fiscal stability. Right, so this is how you can attempt this particular question. Again, a quite straightforward question which is not required to be experimented a lot, right? Then if I talk about the EduTap notes, so guys, so we have covered all these instruments in very detailed manner. If few snippets you can see here, like we have covered CRR, where we have covered it in detailed manner, right? Then further, if I talk about, then you can see statutory liquidity ratio, that is SLR. After that you can see repo rate as well. So these all are the snippets from our notes itself. So those who have covered our notes, they could have attempted this question very well, right? Here you can see reverse repo rates, then marginal standing facility, right? So these all are the snippets from our notes itself. Now question number 3 is again very straightforward question, that is, what are the problems being faced by startup entrepreneurs in tier 2 and tier 3 cities in India? Now question is straightforward, but you have to little bit use some logic here. You have to break your question into different micro questions, though there is not much scope, but yeah, you have to do it so that you can make it multi-dimensional, and as many dimensions you will make, your answer will be enriched with good marks, right? With good content and with good marks as well. Then what are the problems being faced by startup entrepreneurs in tier 2 and tier 3 cities in India? So here you can see, first of all, you can give some data. If you have some data, then you can definitely use that data. So again, introduction, body and conclusion. So first of all, if I talk about the introduction, so India's entrepreneurial landscape has been significant growth in recent years, becoming the 3rd largest ecosystem globally with 115 unicorns. In 2021, startups raised $44 billion with over 33 billion in deals above $5 million, right? While major cities lead, tier 2 and tier 3 cities show potential. So here you have mentioned, right? You have mentioned that they show potential, but still they are facing some challenges. What are the challenges that we will discuss? But here you have shown that yeah, tier 2 and tier 3 cities show potential. Then while major metropolitan cities have been leading this startup revolution, there is immense promise in tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. But these the startups face problem, right? So problems being faced by the startup entrepreneur in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. This is the direct question. So what are the challenges? What are the problems? So here you can see the problems, that there is a lack of guidance, right? In small cities, in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, what are the main problems? What are the main issues? That there is a lack of guidance. No one is there to guide them, right? So lack of guidance is one problem. Then limited access to incubation facilities, right? So incubation facilities are very less if I talk about tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So that becomes a big problem for the startup entrepreneurs. Then after that, access to funding, right? Access to funding is also very difficult in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because if I talk about Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, right? So there you can get funding very easily. But if I talk about tier 2 and tier 3 cities, so that becomes very difficult for the startup entrepreneur to access to the funding. So this is again the problem in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Then scalability challenges, right? So expanding a startup from a smaller city to larger metropolitan areas can be difficult due to limited financial resources, lack of suitable talent and access to cutting edge technology. So these are some problems that are being faced by the startup entrepreneurs in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So this is the direct answer, right? But again, your answer does not end here. What you need to do, you can further mention some initiative that has been taken by the government of India or any government, right? So you have to mention some important steps also, though it is not specifically asked in the question itself, but again, you have to make your answer multidimensional. So in that order, you have to mention some initiatives as well. So here you can mention some initiatives taken by government, that is Make in India, that is Digital India, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, right? These all are the important schemes, and at the end you have to give the way forward, that what can be done in this regard. Whatever problems are being faced by the startups in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, government has taken the steps, but still the problem is there, right? So what can be done further to resolve that problem? So this is the part of way forward, where we can mention logistics and infrastructure facilities will be provided, then sustainable and collaboration can be ensured, right? So these all are some steps that can be taken in order to resolve the problem of startup entrepreneurs in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. policies. So these all are the things, and this is how you have to attempt the answer, right? This is how you have to attempt the answer. You have to make your answer multidimensional. Do not only address what is being asked. Try to deduce, try to derive something extra that you can add on, that you can value add in your answer, and which can definitely give you a very good marks, right? So those who get selected and those who does not get selected, the difference lies here itself, that they make their answer multidimensional. And this you can see from here, because these all things are not asked, but still we have provided, because this makes my answer complete, right? And at the end, guys, you have to conclude it, right? Conclusion can be different. So this is a model conclusion which you can read. So we are not discussing it in too detail, because this PDF will be provided to you, and you can go through the entire answer and you can understand how you can attempt this particular question, right? So you have to conclude it. Now question number 4, if I talk about, so question number 4 is now comes the very difficult questions, because if I talk about 10 marks questions, they were very easy, right? So easy to moderate level. But if I talk about 15 marks questions, so they were quite difficult and completely application based. Like for example, if you see the question number 4, in the context of UNDP's Gender Equality Strategy 2022-2025 and Gender Social Norms Index for promoting gender equality, what actions can India take towards gender sensitization? Completely application based. So though you can make your answer generic, right? You can easily answer this question by making some generic points, but you have to use the context of UNDP's Gender Equality Strategy 2022-2025. If you have read this report, then you can definitely make your answer exceptionally well. But if you have not read this report, then in that case, what you will do, you will make your answer generic, right? So let's start then. So if I talk about conclusion, first of all, you have to discuss the conclusion, right? So sorry, the introduction itself. So first of all, the Gender Equality Strategy 2022-2025 is grounded in UNDP's commitment to eradicating poverty, reducing inequalities and exclusion, and supporting the empowerment of women by ending gender-based violence, tackling the gender dimension of poverty, expanding access to clean, affordable energy, public institution reform, etc. Similarly, the UNDP's 2023 Gender Social Norms Index provides insights into the persistence of these biases and their impact on various aspects of women's lives, right? So here you can see, if you read the question carefully, these two reports are mentioned in the question itself, and we have well drafted the introduction where we have covered these two reports, right? So this is the good way to start your answer. Then after that, measures suggested by UNDP as per the Gender Equality Strategy 2025. Read the question carefully. The question is, what actions can India take towards gender sensitization? But since we have to use the context of these reports, so in that case, it is better if we can derive something from this report itself. That is why here, what we have started, that measures suggested by UNDP as per the Gender Equality Strategy 2022-2025. So if you have covered this report, you can very well write these particular points, right? So what are the measures suggested under this report? So poverty and equality, right? Like foster gender equal and sustainable economies by implementing comprehensive and gender responsive social protection and care services, right? Then governance, there is a need of inclusive governance and enhance women's participation in leadership in decision making processes to ensure a more equitable and representative society. Then further, there must be a resilience, bolster the resilience of societies by adopting fully gender responsive disaster risk reduction strategies and initiatives, ensuring that vulnerable populations are protected and empowered, right? Similar is environment is also mentioned in the report, and gender equality is also mentioned in the report, right? So this is in the context of this particular question, right? Because we have to use the context of report, and here we have used the context of the report, that we have mentioned the measures suggested by the report itself. Then after that, challenges related to gender inequality in India. This is not specifically asked, but keep in mind that we have to make our answer multidimensional. In that order, we have to make some additional point, right? So if you read the question again carefully, so at the end, the main question was that what actions can India take towards gender sensitization, right? This is the main question in this question itself. Then we have to use that challenges related to gender inequality in India. Before mentioning the actions that can be taken by India, first of all, we have to mention that what are the challenges related to gender inequality in India. This is the correct order, right? So you have to follow this chronology in the exam itself. Try to understand the context, overall context. In subjective part, there is no right, there is no wrong, right? In subject, that is why it is called subjective. So in subjective part, you have to use your logic, you have to set your own chronology. The thing is that you are addressing all the micro questions being hidden in the main question. This is the only agenda, this is is the sole agenda that you have to address. If you are able to address all the micro questions, then definitely you are going to score very good marks. So first of all, we will be discussing the challenges related to gender inequality in India. Like for example, gender-based violences are there, economic disparities are there, okay, political underrepresentation is there. If I talk about India, then these all are the challenges. We are not mentioning too many challenges. Why this is so? Because that is not specifically asked in the question, right? But we are giving some background so that we can better answer what actions can India take. Then initiatives taken by India for promoting gender equality. What initiatives we have already taken, right? So few schemes here you can see: Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana, One Stop Centers, that is Sakhi Centers, then Ujjwala Yojana. These all are the steps that we have taken. Gender budgeting is there, right? Then after that, by building on existing initiative, the following can be done: strengthen the foundation of women empowerment and equality. So these all are the steps that can further be taken, right? That can further be done. Like for example, incorporate gender education in school curriculum. Then implement workplace sensitization programs. Then encourage gender equal parenting. So these all are the steps that can be taken, right? So this is how you have to attempt it, right? The sole purpose of this solution is not to give you the solution, right? This video is not to give you the solution, rather the telling you the approach, basically how you can attempt any particular question being asked in the examination. What should be the approach, what should be the mentality, how you have to break the question itself into different micro question and you have to address it. This is the sole agenda, right? Explanation will differ, right? Question will differ, explanation will be differ. That is not the issue. The thing is that how you need to approach this is the art that you have to learn. And then guys, you have to conclude it by a closing statement that is on the positive note, right? So this is the question number 4. If I talk about the EduTap notes, guys, so we have covered the gender equality, the concept of gender equality here in our notes also, and we have covered in detail. So here you can see a small snippet from there, which can be used in this particular answer. Now guys, question number 5 is better migration policies for a prospering world, right? This is the thing, that better migration policies for a prospering world. This is a theme kind of. Then elaborate the statement in the light of recently released World Development Report 2023, Migrants, Refugees and Societies by the World Bank. Also discuss key recommendations of the report. Right, so 2 micro questions are there. If you see, 2 micro questions are there. First of all, elaborate the statement in the light of recently released World Development Report. So first of all, you have to basically elaborate it in the context of this particular report, right? And second thing is that we have to discuss key recommendations of this particular report as well. So this is how you have to decode, this is how you have to basically break this particular main question. So if I talk about again introduction, so you have to give the introduction in whatever form you want to give, right? But that should be relevant, right? So relevant introduction must be there. Then after that, we have to give the key highlights of the report. Why this is so? Because specifically report is mentioned in the question and we have to address this question in the context of the reports also, right? So elaborate the statement in the light of the recently released World Development Report, right? So what we need to do, basically we need to give highlights of the reports here. For example, migration as a developmental challenge. So this is mentioned in the report itself. So if you have covered the report, you can very well attempt this particular answer. Right, so migration as a developmental challenge. Then categorization of refugees. There are different categories that has been mentioned in the report itself. Like for example, 4 types of refugees. Category of refugees has been mentioned. Like for example, economic migrants, then refugees with in-demand skills at the destination, distressed migrants, right, and the refugees in dire need of protection. So these 4 types of categories have been mentioned in this particular report itself. These all are the key highlights of the reports. Then top migration corridors have been mentioned, like for example India USA, India GCC, Bangladesh India, Mexico US, China US, Philippines US and Kazakhstan Russia. So these all are the few top migration corridors. Then reasons of migration. What are the reasons of migration that have also been mentioned in this report itself? So reasons for migration vary and are influenced by factors such as aging populations and declining fertility rates in certain countries, leading to benefits for both origin and destination societies. And also at the end, Indian context is mentioned, which you have to use in your answer itself. Right, so this is how you have to attempt the body part. Then question is specifically asking the key recommendations. So that is a specific question which you have to address. So at the end, you have to use the key recommendations. key recommendations. What are the key recommendations that have been mentioned in the report? So you have to use this, that is manage cross-border movements differently. We have to manage the cross-border movement differently. So what can be done, like for example bilateral cooperation can be done, right? Then organize regional and global responses to address refugee movements, right? Then develop new and predictable financing instruments. So these are some recommendations that have been mentioned in this particular report. The second is strategic management of migrants. There is a need of strategic management of the migrants. How we can ensure that origin countries should integrate labor migration into development strategies, leveraging remittances and skill transfer, and also destination countries should attract skilled migrants to fulfill workforce demands, right? So these all are the recommendations. Then distinguish between various types of movements to identify appropriate policy responses. Again, this is a recommendation that has been mentioned. So you can see migrant skills has their protection to refugees have been provided, reducing the need for distress movement has been provided. So these all are the recommendations that have been mentioned in this particular report. So if you have covered this report, you can very well answer it, right? So the thing is that we need to keep in mind that reports mentioned in the syllabus becomes very, very important, and you have to cover it both from the objective as well as from the descriptive point of view, because you can see 315 marks question completely dedicated to the reports part, right? Then at the end, guys, what you need to do, you have to mention some challenges also related to migration, right? Because why this is so, because that is not specifically asked, but question is all about migration. We are talking about the recommendations, we are talking about the key highlights that has been mentioned, right? So it is important to mention some challenges as well. So what are some challenges? Like for example, socio-cultural integration challenges, right? This is also there. Then social exclusion and discrimination, because migrants face these kind of things, their social exclusion and discrimination whenever they migrate to other countries. Then legal and economic struggles are also there, right? So this is how you have to complete this particular answer, and at the end you have to close this sentence, you have to close this answer, you have to give the conclusion on a positive note, right? So this is how you have to approach any particular question, basically report based, because in the report based questions you have to use some idea from the reports as well. That is why the name of the report is mentioned in the question itself. So if you see, this question directly was directly asked from the current affairs. So if you have read our current app magazine, so where reports tab magazine, so where we have covered World Development Report 2023, and we have covered in detail the recommendations that you have to use in this particular answer. We have mentioned it completely in our reports tab magazine, right? So the idea is that whatever you are reading, whatever you are covering in the current affairs, you have to keep in mind that I need to be used this in the descriptive writing also. And here you can see the perfect example of this. 3 questions have been asked from the current affairs itself, right? And all 3 are based on the reports itself. Question number 6, that is the last question, is in the light of the report on currency and finance released by the RBI. This report is specifically mentioned in the syllabus itself, right? Below the recommendations where RBI has provided the recommendation that you have to read all these reports. So the name of this report has mentioned there in the notification itself. So in the light of the report on currency and finance released by the RBI, explain macroeconomic effect of climate change, 3 landmark global collaborations on climate change, right? So this is a very specific question. If you have read this particular report, then you can very well attempt this particular answer, but if you have not read, then you can make this answer very generic, right? So the thing is, whatever reports are mentioned in the syllabus, you have to read it carefully, both from the objective point of view and the descriptive point of view. So first of all, 2 specific questions are there. So first of all, what you have to do, you have to give the introduction, right? There is a scope of introduction. You can see here we have given the introduction, which you can read from here. Then after that, we have to move to the first part of the question, that is macroeconomic effect of climate change. And these things have been mentioned in the report itself. So if you have read the notes, you have to take the idea from, if you have read the report, then you have to take the idea from that report only. So if I talk about macroeconomic effect of climate change, so there is the impact on supply chain, right? Due to climate change, there is an impact of supply chain. Then inflationary shock is there. Then adverse impact on people's life and livelihood is there due to climate change. Then sea level rise is also there. There's a negative impact on agriculture, right? Then reduction in economic growth due to the climate change. So these all are some effects of climate change that you have to mention, and they all have been mentioned in the report itself. So if you have covered the report, you can very well mention all these points. So while reading any report, what you have to do, whatever important findings, whatever important recommendations are there, you have to just take the blank page and you have to jot it down. Do not write in an elaborative way, rather just use the pointers, just use the important points, and at the end, whenever you have to revise it carefully. That will definitely be helpful in the descriptive writing part. Right, so this is the first part of the question. If I talk about the second part of the question, that is 3 landmark global collaborations on climate change. These all are also mentioned in this particular report. So if you have read the report, you can very well answer this question as well. So for example, carbon tax or green tax is there, emission trading system is there, fee baits and regulation is there, then public green investment. So these all are the landmark global collaborations in the field of climate change. These all are mentioned in the report itself, right? And at the end, you have to conclude your answer. And you can see if you have covered our current app magazine, so there we have covered this report in detail, report on currency and finance 2022-2023. This is the snippet from there itself, where we have covered each and everything very specifically, right?
So let's start with the thing here. There was the first paragraph based question that was basically on World Economic Forum. So that was clearly defined in the paragraph about World Economic Forum. And guys, again, important note for all of you. This is a memory-based paper. It's not an exact replica of the paper. We have tried our best कि आपको exact paper ही दिखे, but again, it's a memory-based paper. तो मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि एग्जैक्ट यही लैंग्वेज आई होगी, बट हाँ, इसके आसपास की लैंग्वेज में ही पेपर आया था और इसके आसपास के जो क्वेश्चंस हैं, वी हैव ट्राइड आवर बेस्ट, टॉक टू मेनी स्टूडेंट्स, सो दैट आपको जो पेपर हम लोग प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नियर टू, आई कुड से, द परफेक्शन वी हैव ट्राइड टू वर्क हियर. सो देन अगेन आई वुड से कि अगर यहाँ पे डू नॉट टेक के एग्जैक्ट लाइन ही ये आई है, बट हाँ, इस लाइन पे ही पेपर आया था, दैट्स एन इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. Now there was a paragraph on World Economic Forum, and this thing, something new that we have seen is that, guys, now what RBI has done is RBI has given 2 paragraphs this year. RBI has worked on 2 paragraphs, and first paragraph was prominently focusing on World Economic Forum. Okay, then the question was on World Economic Forum's report. So World Economic Forum's report was being discussed, World Economic Outlook की बात हुई थी, और along with that they have played it with World Economic Forum initiative that was announced during the Davos Summit in January 2024 here. Now you can see here, it's basically a mixture of one core topic of World Economic Forum, where they have picked a report related to that important initiative, and they have picked an initiative again related to that specific organization. So here you can see here, the first question was about the initiative that was being discussed. So guys, Alliance for Global Good, Gender Equity and Equality initiative was signed during the World Economic Forum's annual meeting. Okay जी, अब meeting हमें पता ही है, and I could say this is the question which we can say is an easy question. The reason being that because we know that every year World Economic Forum's meeting takes place in Davos only. So answer will be Davos here. Next question was actually on the Alliance for Global Gender Equity. Now the point here is, guys, if you look at this paper, if you do not know the initiative, you cannot handle this question. But guys, the point here was that how the students came to know about this specific initiative was because this is the thing that was highlighted. The supporting alliance, it says World Economic Forum has a network partner and Invest India as an institutional partner here. And then it was being said that it was anchored by the CII Center for Women Leadership here. So all these statements are correct with regards to Alliance for Global Good, Gender Equity and Equality Initiative. So that's why answer will be option number D. All of the above will be the answer here. Okay. Again, the guys, your answer, I would say your prime focus here should not be on looking at that what is the right answer. Your prime focus should be on understanding that how the questions are now being framed. You can see now a theme has been created. Again, you can see here the next question now is basically on the report here. So World Economic Forum's 2024 report was released. And this is what they have asked you a question here. According to the report that was discussed here, what is the primary reason for India's decline in the global index ranking here? ठीक है जी, तो कौन सी ग्लोबल इंडेक्स रेटिंग है, क्या रीजन था? रीजन था जी हमारा एजुकेशनल अटेनमेंट हियर. Then the next question is, which of the following organization has launched a report mentioned in the passage? And that's one question again that was students were able to understand because it was talking about global gender gap report. Okay, G. And because it was being released by World Economic Forum, and that is one question we can say easy, because somehow the students to whom I have talked about, they said that this is a hint that was given here, and that is one question in the whole paper, in this whole series of set of questions we could find, we could solve this, because World Economic Forum ही दिया हुआ था पैराग्राफ में भी, और यहाँ पे भी वही क्वेश्चन पूछा गया है. Okay, so this is something, guys, you can expect in the examination, because obviously it was a little bit difficult. I'm not saying it's an easy paper, it's a difficult paper, because you were going with an experience that schemes will be asked more. But here it is quite vice versa. The questions were from reports that was being highlighted more here. Now, the thing that you must learn from here is that, guys, important reports being mentioned. World Economic Forum as an organization, World Bank, International Monetary Fund, they are some prominent organizations, and if they are releasing a report, that should always be covered on priority. And that is what has been, we can see here. Now the next question is from middle income countries are facing the critical juncture in their development journey, while many have successfully risen from low income to high level. Just give me a second. Chali. And now there it has been talked about the World Development Report. And whenever you talk about the reports in RBI, we always say that there are 6 reports being clearly defined in the syllabus of RBI, and that one should not leave. Earlier, we have seen the descriptive question from these reports, but now this year, the focus has shifted to the objective paper. World Economic Outlook, World Development Report, Report on Currency and Finance, RBI's Annual Report, Report on Trends and Progress of Banking in India, Financial Stability Report. These are the prominent reports. Other than that, you have Unit Budget and Economic Survey being clearly defined in the syllabus. And if you look at this examination, you will see here, if you focus on these reports, you are going very thorough in these reports, you can handle these questions. And that is the thing where RBI is played. One learning I would say, guys, if you are going for phase 2 examination now, you should be thorough about the syllabus of RBI. Anything mentioned in the syllabus, you should read it. That is the thing I would say. Now, question is, who is the director of the World Development Report? And the first question that was asked now, guys, was completely, I could say, out of the box. Nobody can prepare this question. मैं आपको जितना मर्जी पढ़ा दूं, फिर भी ये क्वेश्चन हम नहीं कर पाएंगे. And you have to take it on yourself, guys, कि there will be these sort of questions where examiner is just playing with us. Because nobody will be able to retain this information. As इतना डिटेल में आप नहीं पढ़ पाओगे. मैं आपको एक एडवाइस भी करूंगा, अगले साल भी आप ऐसे रट्टा मार के बच्चा ले जाना, कोई फायदा नहीं है, क्योंकि इतनी रिपोर्ट्स आती हैं, इतने मेंबर्स इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू रिमेंबर दैट. ओके, हाँ, थोड़ा सा आइडिया जरूर लेने शुरू कर दो कि अगले बार से कोई रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहे हो, बड़ी रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहे हो, थोड़ा सा आइडिया ले लो. That's what I would say. So answer here was Soumik Vilal, completely unexpected question, and I would say this was the most difficult question from this report. Then now see the first question you have seen, you were completely outblown. Okay, what has happened? But again, we always say make yourself calm, be composed in the examination. And how? Now you can say this is the question. This is one question whichever you have read, you can reproduce here. The World Development Report suggests various strategies to escape the economic traps here. Consider the following statements. The report suggests a 3I strategy, focuses on investment, innovation, and infusion of technology here. Then it says it highlights the forces of creation, preservation, and destruction as the key to driving economic transformation. The participation of women in the workforce is emphasized as a critical factor for sustainable development. Which of the above statement is or are correct here? 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1, 2 and 3, all of the above or one only. So answer was all the statements given here are correct regarding the World Development Report here. And this is again, I would not say an easy question, but yes, this is a moderate level question which many of us can tackle here. Next is, according to the World Bank, how many middle income countries have successfully transitioned to the high income status since 1990? We always say factual questions are important for the examination, and specifically when you come across these sort of reports now, I would not say every data, but guys, the prominent data, how many countries have came out of middle income trap, what's the performance of India, how the top countries have performed, what are the countries who are absolutely at the bottom point of the line. So these are the important parameters. The parameters are still same when you talk about a report. Only thing is, when you came across those reports which are clearly being mentioned in the syllabus, you have to go a little bit deep here. That is the thing here. Okay, ji, chalo. Next is Consider the following statements about India as per the given report here. At current trends, it will take 75 years to reach 1/4 of US income per capita here. Then at the end of 2023, India is classified as a middle income country with a GDP per capita ranging from between $1,136 to $13,845. In India, firms typically double in size over 40 years compared to a 7-fold increase for firms of the same age in the United States. Now, which of the above statements given here is or are correct here? Again, guys, the answer given was, all the statements were given was correct here. Again, I would say the paper was, this question is again on a moderate level, but now you can expect the statement-based questions are being asked from reports also. So, whenever you are preparing a report, you should prepare a one-liner question and also you should prepare a statement-based questions. Now, next is India's real GDP. So, now again, the next paragraph was basically on the next important report here. It is saying India's real GDP is expected to grow between 6.5 to 7%, and that first line highlighted to the person that this is talking about economic survey. So that's why I said economic survey is very, very important. So that is the question that was picked from economic survey. And now how you guys have to look at the paragraphs, guys, always look at the keywords. Here the only keyword was this first line, 6.5 to 7%, from where students get to know that this is talking about economic survey here. The question was, what does A refer to here? As I told you, the paragraph is talking about economic survey of 23-24 here. Then it says, now this is the type of thing, now you have to focus on economic survey. We have seen that the recent economic survey is out here. And I always say, what are the now the new things to be focused on? Rank of India, first, second, third. It's talking about the achievement of India here. Okay, because this year if I talk about it, still it has been highlighted. What is rank of India in, I would say, jute was being discussed, grapes initiatives was being discussed here. So these are the important things you have to focus this year also if you are going for the examination. The question was, India is the second largest producer of which product and the largest producer of which product. Now you can see here it is really going in deep. But the point is that was clearly being highlighted in the syllabus of RBI. So all the questions which were catering, the things are mentioned in the syllabus. The only thing is, now we have to be thorough on the syllabus, and whenever we are coming across these sort of topics, we have to be really thorough. So the answer for that was only C. Option number E was the right answer here. That is cotton and species. So India was the second largest producer of rice, wheat and cotton, and the largest producer of milk, pulses and spices was the answer here. I would again say this is a difficult question because economic survey में इतना ज़्यादा डाटा आता है, हर एक डाटा याद करना मुश्किल है. पर दोस्तों अगर आप इस साल के एग्जाम को टारगेट करोगे तो ये चीज़ आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट बन ही जाएगी. चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आता है. As per the economic survey, what has been the average annual growth rate of the agriculture sector in India over the last 5 years? And the answer for that was 4.18% here. And guys, now one thing very important. Generally, when you talk about the RBI examination, we always say do not focus more on the agriculture part of the current affairs. But you will see now the agriculture which is somehow related to economic and social issues, because Indian agriculture is a part of the syllabus here. वहां पे फोकस किया जा रहा है. PM किसान स्कीम पे भी क्वेश्चन आया है और PM मत्स्य संपदा योजना पे भी क्वेश्चन आ चुका है आपके एग्जामिनेशन. तो मतलब कहीं ना कहीं जो चीजें आपके एग्रीकल्चर की जनरल चीजें हैं और इकोनॉमिकली भी बूस्ट करती हैं इकोनॉमी को, तो वो चीजें आपको पढ़नी है. अब ऐसा नहीं कि एग्रीकल्चर का डाटा छोड़ दो, आरबीआई क्यों पूछेगा, आरबीआई पूछ रहा है. तो दैट इज द थिंग यू नीड टू एड्रेस if you are preparing for the examination now. Next is India's economy needs to generate nearly 78.51 lakh jobs annually in dash to accommodate the growing working age population, and that was the important thing that being highlighted in the previous year economic survey, that job creation should be the primary goal and we have to generate around 78.51 lakh jobs annually in the non-farming sector here. Then this is about this thing. The next important question is again from World Economic Outlook. Okay, so here what they have done, now you can again see here World Economic Outlook has been merged with Global Risk Report. The reason why they were merged, again a theme has been created. Theme has been created from the economic and potential future challenges. Now you will see here guys that if you look at the complexity of this paragraph, This is what it is being saying, that if you are preparing for the examination, you have to prepare in a comprehensive manner, and your understanding of the topic is now very, very important. It's not that you remember the fact. It's about how much you have understood the different aspects. And we always say relation of current affair is the key here. And if you are making a relation with the things, then only you can solve these sort of questions. Otherwise, guys, it is becoming difficult now. Okay, so the first question was, as per the World Economic Outlook of April 2024 forecast, what is the projected global growth rate for the year 2024? So the answer for that was, that is 3.2%. Okay, ji. And if I talk about this specific question, this is an easy question. Now you will see in the paper, it's not that completely the whole paper is out of the box. The only thing is, yes, we were not expecting question from reports. That is the most important learning. And if you are preparing now for the examination, I would say, do not leave anything. That is the major learning which you must take for regarding the RBI examination. Then is, which term is used to describe a situation where multiple crises, environmental, health, geopolitical and economic pressure converges were there? Answer for that was polycrisis, but that's a very difficult question, I would say, guys. Very difficult question here. It was somewhat polycrisis here, but polycrisis की बात 2024 में नहीं, 2023 में हुई थी. ठीक है, 2023 के आसपास पॉलीक्राइसिस टर्म के बारे में डिस्कशन हुआ था. ठीक है जी, दैट वाज अंडर द ग्लोबल रिस्क रिपोर्ट. Then the next important thing was the term dash. The term X describes the interplay between several global challenges. Which of the following does not describe the challenge here? ठीक है जी, and the answer for that was political empowerment crisis here. So basically, this is again a question that has been asked from the term polycrisis also. The term polycrisis that was being highlighted in the report, it refers to the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, energy crisis, and the cost of living crisis. So this was not basically pertaining to, okay, which of the following does not describe the challenge. So political empowerment crisis was not the part here. Okay ji, so again if I talk about this part here, okay ji, again not an expected question, not an easy question here, but that I would say, guys, now from this year onwards, we have to be very, very thorough on these reports. There are some things which might be, and if I talk about the 20 questions which are 2 markers here, so it's earlier it used to say कि यार हो जाएंगे, but अब वो चीज नहीं है. Now the point is, if you're targeting 20 questions, your target score should be set, and the important thing is you must know the limitations also, because यहाँ पे 20 के 20 क्वेश्चन नहीं, किसी के सभी ठीक होंगे. 14-15 अगर हो रहे हैं तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि वही चीज आपको पता है. 3-4 क्वेश्चन तो ऐसे ही आ गए, वो तो कंप्लीटली ही आपको आइडिया ही नहीं है कि क्या करा है उसमें, तो उसको आप हैंडल भी नहीं कर पाओगे. बेटर है टू लीव दोस क्वेश्चंस. नेक्स्ट इज, एज पर द ग्लोबल रिस्क रिपोर्ट, व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर द लॉन्ग टर्म रिस्क इन्वॉल्व्ड व्हिच यू विल फेस. So that's something that was highlighted in this year's report. So the answer for that was geopolitical tension there. Not the long-term risk involved. That is geopolitical tension, because it's a short-term thing. Okay, ji. And the terms were misinformation and disinformation, cyber insecurity, biodiversity losses, and ecosystem collapse and involuntary migration are basically the long-term risks involved in the report here. Next question, again, if you look at the report here. So here now what they have done is, they have taken a theme of sustainable development goal here. It is saying India is trailing behind achieving the more than 50% of indicators under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 7 years before the 2030 deadline, according to a study published in DAS Journal on February 2023. Again, you can see here, report being asked a year before. You are giving an examination at the end of 2024. It is saying report was published in February 2023. Now, this was a paragraph which I would say, guys, and there were 2 to 3 questions earlier which we have seen, is something which I'm not saying, because I will not advise कि अब आप सारे की सारी reports पढ़नी शुरू कर दो पुरानी. Obviously यार एग्जाम में बहुत फील होता है, हमको भी होता है. As a educator, we also feel कि क्यों ये पूछ रहा है. But I think somehow now the tendency that RBI is setting is कि they will be asking you some questions which you do not have any idea. वो पूछेंगे ऐसी चीज. अब हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि नीति आयोग की सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल इंडेक्स से कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा. एसडीजी इंडिया इंडेक्स निकाला गया है, एसडीजी इंडिकेटर रिपोर्ट निकाली है, बट दे हैव नॉट आस्क्ड, दे हैव आस्क्ड क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम लैंसेट स्टडी दैट वाज बीइंग हाइलाइटेड. ओके, सो इट वाज अ स्टडी ऑफ लैंसेट, ठीक है जी, दैट वाज बीइंग हाइलाइटेड, एंड अलोंग विद दैट नाउ यू कैन सी दिस इज फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ, वी माइट फील होगा नहीं. लुक एट द सेकंड पैराग्राफ. Second paragraph, it has talked about a scheme here. Now here, this is the only question of scheme we have seen. Earlier, we always have seen a question of scheme-based thing that was used to be asked here. But it might be a trend, it might be a one-timer, but I must say, guys, you should again take schemes on a very higher priority. Reason is only been that because हो सकता है एक बार नहीं पूछा, but ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं पूछेंगे. ठीक है जी, चलो. According to the recent study, how many key indicators has India fallen behind on and out of the dash identified assets identified for assessing progress towards 9 sustainable development goals? It was the answer 19 and 33. Again, I am saying it's the most difficult question. That is why we said this paper was really somehow completely out of the box. And who has published this specific report? The answer was the Lancet study. So 2, 4, 6, 8. आप देख लो कि मुझे खुद बहुत बुरा लग रहा है यार कि 50 में से अगर 8 नंबर निकले तो आप तो बोलो सर क्या ही हो गया. But obviously, you have to handle the examination as per the given, I could say, situation that you have. Because अगर ये एग्जाम डिफिकल्ट है तो इट इज डिफिकल्ट फॉर एवरीबडी. इट्स नॉट दैट कि मैं यहाँ पे बोल कर रहा हूँ कि यार ये हमने नहीं पढ़ा, तो किसी ने भी नहीं पढ़ी होगी लैंसेट स्टडी 2023 की. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको जो पढ़ के जाना है, जो डिफाइंड टाइम है, जैसे आपने देखा ऊपर ग्लोबल रिस्क रिपोर्ट पूछी गई है, वर्ल्ड डेवलपमेंट रिपोर्ट पूछी गई है, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक आउटलुक की रिपोर्ट पूछी गई है, अलायंस फॉर ग्लोबल जेंडर इक्विटी पूछा गया है, इकोनॉमिक सर्वे पूछा गया है. ये अच्छी तरह प्रिपेयर थे. अगर ये प्रिपेयर होंगे तो मतलब यहां पे ज्यादा फोकस लगा लो. जो चीज नहीं आती हो तो निकल के जो आती है वहां पे प्राइम फोकस समझे. और यही सबसे बड़ी लर्निंग इस एग्जाम ने हमें दी भी है. देन the next question, as I've told you, basically it has talked about Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare has launched a web portal jointly by which organization to automate and speed up the progress for settlement of interest subvention claims of the banks submitted under the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund scheme here. And the answer for that was the initiative agreement was signed by NABARD here. Again, you can see now agriculture based question has been asked, and then there was a question on PM Pranam scheme that has been asked here in the examination. So the question was PM Pranam scheme is a scheme that aims to promote sustainable agriculture and practices. Again, here the core theme was now sustainable development and agriculture. This is how they have related here. Second paragraph was focusing more on the agriculture initiatives. So the last two questions are focusing on agriculture part and from the schemes here. So question was on PM Pranam scheme. ठीक है जी, consider the following statements with respect to PM Pranam scheme. So that's why I would say, guys, now it's not just the important ministries. Pranam scheme जो है basically केमिकल्स एंड फर्टिलाइजर्स की बात करता है. तो अगर इस पे क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है तो इसका मतलब समझ लो आप कि अगर आप कोई भी स्कीम पढ़ रहे हो तो डो नॉट टेक एनी स्कीम लाइटली, एंड इफ दैट स्कीम इज सीन इन न्यूज यू शुड ऑलवेज प्रिपेयर दैट. और ये स्कीम अगस्त में न्यूज में ही थी. ठीक है जी, चलो. द टर्म पीएम प्रणाम स्टैंड्स फॉर पीएम प्रोग्राम फॉर रिस्टोरेशन अवेयरनेस जनरेशन नरिशमेंट एंड अमेलियोरेशन ऑफ मदर अर्थ. हियर द स्कीम प्रोवाइड्स 50% of the state fertilizer subsidy to states or union territories that reduce chemical fertilizers compared to the previous 3-year average. The Department of Expenditure is responsible for overseeing the disbursements of grants under the scheme through its existing scheme here. So the answer was, again, the statements were given were right here. Now these were the two marker questions here. ठीक है जी. Learning that could be picked is obviously there are some questions which we could not tackle, but there are the major reports which have been defined in the syllabus that we should have a very strong hold there. Now that comes to the next important questions. Let's talk about the one other questions here. The Ministry of Labour and Employment is implementing the National Career Service Portal. अब ये application based question था. It's a complete application based question here. It says who among the following can get the benefit from the services offered by the National Career Service Portal. ठीक है. So if you look at the thing here, guys, this is just giving you an idea because National Career Service Portal talks about providing the guidance and information on skill development here. So is it individual seeking jobs, apprenticeship opportunities, job placement for ex-servicemen? So it was catering to all these things. And it's an application based question. I'm completely saying, I'm not saying कि इसमें से आप कुछ ढूंढ सकते हो. ये application based question था सारा. चलिए. Let's look at the next question. Mission Vatsalya. Mission Vatsalya, again a project prominent scheme here. So you will see here, we always talk about Ministry of Finance, Ministry of MSME. But if you look at the paper, there are questions phase 1 में आते हैं, but phase 2 में कहां पे आते हैं? जो broader scheme वाली schemes है. Ministry of Mission Vatsalya, PM Pranam, PM Kisan. So that has to be read. Now coming to the question here, Mission Vatsalya is a strategic initiative focused on advancing child development and protection in line with the sustainable development goals here. Consider the following statements under Mission Vatsalya, part of gender issue. A grant for marriage purpose, married couples who have adopted a child, orphans living with guardians receiving financial assistance up to rupees financial support of 4,000 and NGOs facilitating adoption of children above 6 years of age. So यहाँ पे answer 2, 3 and 4. Why the first statement is wrong? Because the grant for marriage purpose are not the beneficiaries of the mission Vatsalya. Next question, as we're talking about PM Kisan scheme. So PM Kisan Mandhan Yojana. So Pradhan Mantri PM Kisan scheme was discussed. PM Kisan Mandhan Yojana provides social security to land holding to small and marginal farmers through a voluntary contribution pension scheme. ठीक है जी. अगेन अब यहाँ पे क्यों पूछा जाता है कि किसान मानधन योजना? बिकॉज यहाँ पे हमारा प्राइम ऑब्जेक्टिव आ जाता है पेंशन स्कीम. Pension is one of the sector we must follow. Consider the following income ineligibility criteria of the PM Kisan Mandhan Yojana. A farmer who is a beneficiary of the PM Kisan scheme, a farmer with a land holding of 1.78 hectare and a farmer age 42 years. So answer is only third statement was right here. Why the second statement was wrong? Because not eligible. The third person was not eligible because the thing is the farmer who is beneficiary of PM Kisan scheme is eligible. Incorrect is a farmer obviously who has a land up to 2 hectares. If he has a land of 1.7 hectare, 7-8 hectare, he is eligible. Third is age was 18 to 40 years, not 18 to 40 years. So that's why the third person is not eligible here. Next question, if you talk about here, now here you can see slowly and slowly schemes are playing a role. अब देखो 2 मार्कर में नहीं है, अगर 1 मार्कर में है तो मतलब schemes तो आ रही है ना. Now again a very important scheme, Startup India scheme. So consider the following schemes regarding the eligibility of Startup India scheme here. The startup should be incorporated as a private limited company, partnership or a limited liability partnership here. The turnover of the startup should be less than 100 crore rupees in any of the previous financial year. An entity formed by spotting or reconstituting an existing business shall not be considered a startup here. Again, the answer was all of the given statements were correct here. Next question is Prime Minister's National Relief Fund. ठीक है जी. I would say a little bit a difficult question here. Which of the following are eligible to receive assistance under the PMNRF here? Families of those killed in a natural calamity such as floods, cyclones and earthquakes. Victims of major accidents and riots here. Patients requiring medical treatment for conditions such as heart surgeries, kidneys, transparent cancer and acid attack and the all of the above. So यहाँ पे भी सभी आंसर बन जाएगा. All these are basically eligible here. And I would say this is a very difficult question that was here. Now you can see here agriculture infrastructure fund. There was a 2-mark question. There was a 1-mark question also in agriculture infrastructure fund. The thing was agriculture infrastructure fund aims to provide medium to long-term finance for investments in viable projects related to post-harvest management and community farming infrastructure. Who among the following are eligible? Flour mill owner, person producing pickles, person who is a farmer, a person who cultivates mushrooms in Meghalaya. So then again the answer will be all of the above. देखो यहाँ पे ना ये वाला जो पार्ट है ये काफी टेक्निकल है, मतलब काफी डिटेल्ड है और जब भी आप स्कीम पढ़ते हो these sort of things, exclusion, inclusion, special focus areas, that should always be given a focus here. Now, next question, foreign trade policy. Again something which we were not expecting because foreign trade policy, the question has been asked in 2023 examination also. This year the question has also been asked and this question was really difficult. The question is which of the following transactions are considered as deemed exports under the foreign trade policy 2023, which means if you are covering any topic with a broader vision the government has released, be it foreign trade policy, be it national education policy, we should always be thorough about those things. So under the foreign trade policy, which of the foreign transactions are considered as deemed exports? So the answer is supply of goods to export oriented units, supply of capital goods to export promotion capital gains and supply of goods funded by the United Nations agencies were the answer here. Next is which among the following is eligible to apply for the national pension scheme? तो देखो अब यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन एनपीएस के भी आया पर एनपीएस पे क्वेश्चन है, केस स्टडी बेस्ड क्वेश्चन आया है. ठीक है. Ramesh, an Indian citizen residing in India, age 25 years, applying under the All India Citizenship model here. Suresh, a person of Indian origin, age 30, currently living abroad. Geeta, employed by state autonomous body, joining the service after the respective state government notification. And Priya is an overseas citizen of India, aged 40 years, working in an international organization here. So here the answer was option number B. 1, 3 and 4 was the answer because first statement absolutely right, 18 to 70 age होती है All India Citizen model में. Second incorrect here because Suresh is a person of Indian origin and persons of Indian origin are not eligible for getting the benefit under national pension scheme here. So that is why the second statement is wrong here. Again, the applicability has been tested here. Next question on PM Kisan scheme. So based on the eligibility criteria of PM Kisan scheme, Assess the following initiatives. It says Anil is a small land holding farmer with 1.5 hectares of agricultural land in his name. He is also a government employee working in the postal department. Sunita owns 2 hectares of agricultural land and works part-time as a private tutor. She does not have any government institution employment. Then Ramesh has a 3 hectare of land inherited from his family but is not using it for a cultivable purpose and operates a small shop in his village. He doesn't tell. So who is eligible here? You know, if you are using this scheme not for a cultivable purpose, you are not eligible here. ठीक है जी. Private tutor does not have any government or institutional employment. दूसरा क्या, Anil is a small land holding farmer with 1.5 hectare of agricultural land in his name. He is also government employee. So government employee not eligible. तो eligible कौन हुआ? Only Sunita will be eligible here. Next comes the last question. Mr. Sharma, resident individual, is interested in investing in sovereign gold bond scheme. Again, you can see here now the prominent schemes, NPS, sovereign gold bond. Questions are now being asked. ठीक है जी. To diversify her portfolio, she wants to invest in 3 kg of gold this fiscal year. Mrs. Sharma intends to have flexibility of redeeming her investment after a few years if needed. आपको मुझे बताना है based on the eligible criteria which of the following component options best applies to a situation. Mrs. Sharma can invest up to 4 kg as an individual with an option for premature redemption after 5 years. Then it says Mrs. Sharma can invest only up to 2 kg as an individual. No, because that's not a part of eligibility. And now you can see here, if you look at the paper of 2023, there again the similar sort of question was asked, but यहाँ पे क्या किया उन्होंने, एप्लीकेशन बेस्ड पेपर बना दिया 2020 यहाँ पे. ठीक है, एक केस स्टडी बेस्ड क्वेश्चन बना दिए. Then is Mrs. Sharma can redeem her investment at any time before? No, Mrs. Sharma is not eligible to invest. And then is Mrs. Sharma must invest minimum 5 kg of gold. That's wrong. Only the first statement is right, which is matching the eligibility criteria of sovereign gold bond scheme here. So this is about your objective paper, guys. Now I will be moving forward. I will be calling Jaskaran sir here, and he will be now proceeding here from the descriptive questions, that how you should tackle here and what are the learnings you must take from the descriptive paper if you are preparing for the examination in the upcoming years now. So over to Jaskaran sir.
Okay, so hello everyone. I hope you had a great discussion regarding the objective type paper. Now let us move on to the descriptive paper. Now, as far as the descriptive paper is concerned, first of all, I would like to tell you that the purpose of discussing these questions very specifically with respect to descriptive is not to preach the idea of perfection. What do I mean by the idea of perfection? The idea of perfection is that the word limit is 600 words. And in the examination, you are writing 600 words only, or maybe 580 words only. If the word limit is 400 words, and in the examination, you are writing 400 words, you are targeting 380 words, all such type of things. So these things, I would say, as far as my experience and my interaction with the students is concerned, it is, I would say, highly likely you won't be able to achieve this target in the examination. But here, the model questions that we have prepared, they are around, the word limit with respect to the answers is 580 words, so somewhere it is 600 also. But the point is that basically we are also focusing on the comprehensiveness of the answer. We want to provide you a comprehensive answer with respect to the question, and that is why the word limit, I would say the word limit that the exam is asking, which is 600 or 400, we have been able to achieve that. But in the real examination, it is very much challenging. Fine, so this is the thing that I want to keep in your mind. Now let us move on to the first question, which is the 15 marker question. So firstly we will see the 15 marker questions, and after that we will see the 10 marker questions. So when we see the 15 marker question, the first question is, discuss the challenges of youth employment in India and suggest possible solutions. Now the first thing is that this question seems to be static in nature. And yes, it is static. If you have some kind of static knowledge, you should be in a position to answer it. But apart from that, I would like to say that the background of this question is linked to current affairs. Why is it so? Because basically last year a very important report was launched by International Labour Organization, and the name of the report was India Employment Report 2024. Now when this report was launched, basically in that report they talked in a very comprehensive manner about the high rate of youth unemployment in India. And this context, what discussed in a lot of newspapers, in a lot of articles. And from there, we were able to analyze that yes, this portion from this report is important, and that is why we have discussed it as a part of our YouTube initiative, Perspective 360 Degree also, where we do current affair based answer writing practice. Now, so you can see, even if the question is static, but that's how the background is linked to the current affairs. And as I told you, we have discussed this at the part of the session. The point that I want to make is that, if you are covering the current affairs in a very comprehensive manner, it is going to help you the static questions also. Fine. So that is a learning that you can take as a part of this answer. So as a part of the answer to this question, so you can see the model answer that the question is about discuss the challenges of youth employment in India and suggest possible solutions. So in the answer, you can firstly talk about that India is one of the largest youth population, presenting a unique opportunity for economic growth. Then what you can write, if you are aware about that this fact was related to India Employment Report, so you can write the context of India Employment Report that according to India Employment Report by ILO, the youth unemployment rate is disproportionately high, with young individuals facing issues related to skill gaps, informal unemployment and limited job opportunities, and we need to address them. Fine. Now after that, what you can do, you can write the challenges. You can write the challenges, and in the challenges you can talk about high unemployment rate, then the skill mismatch that is there, and you should also try to substantiate your points using some sort of data or maybe some sort of example. So you can see that at least if I'm writing 5 points, in 2 out of 5 points I'm trying to give data. I'm not asking you to give data in all the 5 points because I know it is not possible. It sounds impractical, but at least in 1 out of 5 points or maybe 2 out of 5 points, try to give some data or try to give some example that will add value to your answer and will help you to secure maximum marks. Now you can see it over here, the skill management. After that, we have the informal employment, fine, which is also a major concern. Then the rural-urban divide, and here you can see the value addition content. For example, the Ministry of Rural Development, it has reported XYZ type of thing. I'm not reading everything because otherwise the session will be very lengthy, but I just want to focus on the structuring. I just want to focus on the content that you could have written. Then apart from that, the education system, it also has its own limitations, and here you can write some data also with respect to education because this type of data is easily available. So you can write that around over 80% of the engineering graduates in India lack the required skills for the job market. And what is the source of this information? The source is National Employment Report. Fine. So that is the idea. After that, we have the technological disruptions, and then later on you can write the solutions. Now in the solutions, what you need to write, firstly, the solution should be opposite of, or if not opposite, it should be related to the challenges only. It should be related to challenges. Apart from that, what you have to do, you must add some kind of value to your solution. Find whatever solution under writing. So whether you can write the name of the schemes, or what you can do, you can write some kind of example, whatever suits. Fine. So you can see over here that if the skill is the issue, then the solution is a skill development program that need to be expanded, and for that you can write the examples. I would say value addition content like this, that's Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Then for the entrepreneurship, you can give the example of Startup India. For the educational reforms, you can talk about national education policy. Then incentives for the rural employment that will help to reduce the unemployment through schemes like MG Narega. Then you can see it over here that the strengthening the apprenticeship system, so NAPS that we have in our country, so it could be enhanced to provide young individuals the hand-on experience and wages. Then after that, we have the focus on technology also. So you can see in most of the points, I would say 6 out of 5 points, I've tried to mention some kind of value with the help of schemes or maybe some sort of examples. And this is again something that you need to focus upon. Then you need to write, I would say, the conclusion of this answer, and please do not write such kind of headings in the conclusion. This I have just written, we have just written it so that we can tell you that basically we can explain you that from here our conclusion is starting, but do not write such kind of headings in your original answer in your examination. So you can write like the India's youth employment challenges require a coordinated efforts and multifaceted approach, and we need to focus on skill development, entrepreneurship, all the sort of things. And what is the way forward? In order to the way forward is that we need to implement these measures effectively that will allow India to harness the potential of its youth. Fine. So this is how you can write the answer to this question, and I would say the difficulty level is very much easy. Why? Because straightforward question is asked with respect to the youth unemployment status, and this is a type of topic that is directly mentioned in the syllabus also. So I'm assuming that those who are writing the phase 2, they would have prepared this topic. So this falls under the easy category. Very straightforward question. Now let us move on to the next question. Now the next question will discuss the 5 key digital initiatives introduced in the budget and their potential impact on India's digital economy. So you can see that this question was directly related to what? Current affairs as a part of the budget. Then after that, explain the transformational journey of Digital India initiative. Now this is again something that is linked to the current affair only, because it was very much highlighted as a part of the PIB and the different reports also that were published by the government. And again, we had covered it as a part of Perspective 360. This one also was covered. Fine. Now coming to the model answers, is this question is of 7.5 marks only. So you don't have to explain a lot of things. You just have to be, your content should be to the point, and you have to be very precise and very concise with respect to your explanation. So you can write like, the budget has consistently emphasized digital transformation as a core element of economic growth, enhancing both productivity and financial inclusivity. Then you can write the different 5 key digital initiatives that have been highlighted as a part of the budget. So you can talk about expansion of digital public infrastructure. Then you can talk about the promotion of artificial intelligence ecosystem. Fine. With the, for example, the government is planning to establish centers of excellence for artificial intelligence. This was something that was mentioned as a part of the budget. So apart from that, there have been initiatives regarding the digital payments incentivization also. This is again you can write. Then the 4th point is regarding the development of digital skilling programs. For example, we need to empower youth with respect to the competencies related to AI, fine, data analytics, all such type of advanced technologies. Then implementation of National Digital Health Mission, again something initiative linked to the digitization only. So we need to expand the National Digital Health Mission to ensure that the citizens have access to digital health records and telemedicine services. So that's how you can write the different initiatives that are very much linked to the India's digital economy. Find the impact of India's digital economy. The next point is regarding explain the transformational journey of the Digital India initiative. So over here again, this question carries 7.5 marks only. So for that, what you can do, you can write a very concise and very specific answer. So over here, you can write like, the Digital India initiative launched in 2015 and it is a transformative campaign. You can write a I would say, precise introduction that explains about the Digital India initiative, and after that you can write the different type of contributing factors with respect to Digital India initiative. So for example, with respect to inception and infrastructure building, then the development of digital literacy, and you can see in all over these points we are trying to add some kind of value, some kind of examples wherever possible. Fine. So you should also try to do that. Now again, I'm reiterating what I said earlier, that do not focus on perfection. These points that have been written, we had enough time to frame these points. We have enough time to frame these points, but you won't be having that amount of flexibility in the real examination. So I know that it is very challenging. I would say it is not very much doable to write examples, to write data in all the points. But if you are writing 5 points, try to add value in minimum 2 points at least. Fine. So that is the idea. Then promotion of digital literacy and skill development. So over here you can see PM Disha. Then the expansion of digital services 2019 to present. Then you can talk about the DigiLocker and the Umang app. Then the financial inclusion and fintech innovations, for example, the UPI. Then after that, the towards a digitally empowered society. So here we can talk about the IoT, the blockchain, the National Digital Health Mission, also sort of things as a part of the answer. After that, we can write that what have been the key outcomes of the Digital India journey. So it has enhanced access to public services. It has helped in the growth of digital economy. It has helped in the financial inclusion. Let me just zoom it a bit. So it has helped in the financial inclusion, and apart from that, it has helped in the employment generation also. Fine. So this is the idea. This is how you can generate points. Of course, this document seems a bit lengthy. This answer also seems a bit lengthy. But yes, of course, in the real examination, you have to write the points in a more concise manner and very precisely, so that you don't fall short of word limit and time limit. Fine. So now let us move on to the question number 3. Explain the inherent conflict between sustainable development and economic growth, focusing on the challenges posed by pursuing both simultaneously. Now this was a 15 marker question. Fine, this was a 15 marker question. Now the thing about this question is that basically this is the only question from the exam that is purely static. It was purely static. Though there was a question of women also, it was also purely static, but you could have answered that question with the help of economic survey also, because that question was mentioned in the economic survey. We will see it very soon. But regarding this question was purely static. It is asking about the conflict between sustainable development and economic growth, and what could be the challenge if we try to pursue the sustainable development and economic growth simultaneously. So over here, firstly, you can talk about that the sustainable development and the economic growth, they are critical objectives that nations strive to achieve. So then you can talk about that what is the importance of economic growth and what is the importance of sustainable development. You can write it in a very concise manner, maybe in 1 to 2 lines. And after that, you can write that if you try to achieve it simultaneously, there can be inherent conflicts. And later on, what you can do, you can talk about those conflicts. So you can talk about the resource depletion and environmental degradation. You can talk about the climate change and the greenhouse emission. Then regarding the waste generation and pollution also. Then the social inequality and unequal resource distribution. Then after that, the short-term and long-term perspective. And once you are done with that, after that, you have to address the second part of the question. Fine. So please make sure that whenever you are answering the question, you have to address all the components that are asked as a part of it. Fine. You have to address all the components. So for example, over here, you can see, wait a second. So over here, you can see, firstly, they are asking about the inherent conflict. They are asking about the inherent conflict with respect to sustainable development and economic growth, and they are asking about the challenges. So firstly, you have to explain this inherent conflict, that what is that inherent conflict, and after that you have to talk about the challenges that is posed when we try to pursue them simultaneously. So over here you can write that what are the different type of challenges that are associated with it. For example, challenges related to balancing economic policies with environmental regulations. Fine. Then you can talk about the technological and the financial constraints also. After that, the global disparities in economic development. Fine. What are the global disparities? What is the, I would say, the disparity with respect to the rich nations and the poor and the middle income nations. Then you can talk about the public awareness and the societal shifts. And lastly, the policy and political changes. Now, I'm not explaining these points because I hope you understand. Otherwise, the session will become very lengthy. And we are just trying to focus on, analyzing the PYQ, that what type of questions were asked and what could be the structuring and content and the difficulty level with respect to it. So, not the explanation of this question. So, basically, you can see that this question was purely static. And and I would say this question was not a difficult question at all, because the question is just asking about a simple concept regarding the sustainable development versus the environment, and if you try to pursue both of them, then what could be the challenges. Fine. So first you have to explain the conflict between them, then the challenges if you try to pursue them simultaneously. So I would say this was I would categorize this question as an easy question, again not very difficult. And another piece of information is that if you try to analyze the overall PYQ, fine, with respect to last year, one thing you would all agree that objective type paper was very difficult. The difficulty level of objective type paper was high as compared to the descriptive paper. So I would say that those students who had prepared the descriptive paper in the most efficient manner, who had done answer writing, who had covered the syllabus in a detailed manner, they would be in some sort of advantageous position. I have interacted with many toppers also. The success story will be uploaded on YouTube, and there also they have suggested that please do not skip descriptive paper at any cost. Do not take it lightly, because at any point of time, if you are not securing good marks in the objective type paper, descriptive paper can always help you to balance that. Fine, it can always help you to maximize your score. And you can see the 3 questions that I have discussed. First, related to unemployment, very I would say straightforward question. The employment is straightforwardly mentioned as a part of your syllabus, and though it has current affair background also, the question had current affair background also, but even if you had not read that current affair, you would still be in a position to answer it. Second question was related to budget. Now any serious aspirant knows that budget is mentioned as a part of the syllabus. So if you have covered budget, you could have answered that question, the 5 different highlights. Then the question was related to digital India economy. Fine. So digital India, we all know it was there in the news. and it was highlighted in the economic survey again, so you could have answered it from here. Now this part, which is the sustainable development, this was purely static. Now let us move on to the 10 marker question. Let us see what was the 10 marker question, and this is also again a very easy question. Rural India needs to give priority to women led development. अब आप लोग सोच रहे होंगे कि सारे क्वेश्चन में easy moderate बताया जा रहा हो, but I hope that all of you agree with my point that if we compare this overall, this whole paper, this descriptive paper with the objective paper, this is comparatively much easier. Fine, though yes, I know that because of the exam pressure, student faces challenges regarding the time management, you know, the typing speed, and sometimes you are not able to recall the content, but इतना तो सबको आता होगा कि कुछ ना कुछ यहाँ पर एक अच्छा content generate कर ही पाए. अब women के बारे में किसने नहीं पढ़ा होगा? Women empowerment is something that is a very important core area. Fine, and even if you see the PYQs, you can easily interpret that women empowerment is something that you must prepare. And the straightforward question was asked that the rural India needs to give priority to women-led development. Discuss. Now over here, you had to talk about two type of things. First thing is that why we need to give priority to women. Fine, why we need to give priority to women as a part of the rural India. The second priority is that the second component of the answer should be that how we can do that. So this why and how, if you are addressing, then you are done with this question, and you would be able to do justice with this question. So you can see it over here that rural India needs to give priority to women-led development. Firstly, you can talk about women empowerment only. Now I'm assuming that anyone who has written this phase 2 paper, he would have prepared some sort of I would say ready-made introduction for a women-related topic, because this is a type of topic that is directly mentioned in the syllabus. It is important as far as the PYQs are concerned. So any serious aspirant, he would have, you know, prepared some kind of ready-made introduction, ready-made content for this type of for the questions that are coming from this type of topic. So you can see over here, you can write that the women's empowerment is essential for the socio-economic development in rural India. As a significant segment of the population, they play a crucial role in agriculture productivity, household management, and community development. However, there are systemic barriers that are associated to it. Fine, now let us talk about that why we need to promote the women empowerment, women-led development as far as the rural India is concerned. So firstly, we have to take a note on the economic contribution of women. Over here, you can write different content related to land ownership, then economic potential. Then you can talk about the skill development education, because it is very critical for empowering women, and rural areas often face challenges with respect to that. So we need to expand our approach in rural India with respect to education and skill development. Then we can talk about literacy rate. अब देखो ये सब एरिया ऐसा है जहां पर ये डेटा आपको पता होना ही चाहिए. आपको एजुकेशन रिलेटेड डेटा पता होना चाहिए, आपको हेल्थ रिलेटेड डेटा पता होना चाहिए, आपको वुमेन रिलेटेड डेटा पता होना चाहिए. फाइन, नाउ यू शुड ऑल्सो नो द डेटा अबाउट फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, स्किल, फाइन, वट एवर टॉपिक्स, इनइक्वालिटी. ये कुछ ऐसी चीजें जिनका डेटा आपको हर टाइम पता होना चाहिए as far as the phase 2 is concerned, so that wherever you get the opportunity you can sprinkle this type of value addition content. Fine, ये तो मैंने कुछ नाम ही लिए, but जो भी आपके सिलेबस में important keywords mentioned है, fine, so you need to have some kind of, I would say, value addition content related to that. अब देखो ये क्वेश्चन स्किल का नहीं है. The question is not about skill, but since you are talking about the skill with respect to women, so you can write some data with respect to it over here. You can write some example. You can write about PM Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana, which is for the skill development. You can talk about literacy rate, fine, with respect to women, if you have idea regarding the data related to education. So this is how you have to segregate your data so that you can use it wherever it is required. Fine. So I hope it is clear to you. Now the access to financial sources, so that could also be a point. Then after that, the health and nutrition, you can see the health related data. You can write it over here that the percentage of women that are anemic. You can write about that. So according to National Family Health Survey, the maternal mortality rate in India is 97 per 1 lakh live birth. So you can see that such type of data you can remember at any point of time, and you can use it wherever it is applicable. Fine. Then the nutrition also, that the 33.5% of the women are anemic. So you can see the data related to anemia. Fine, which is published by the government only. So you must remember such kind of data with respect to the examination. So the last point is regarding the social and economic development. So we have discussed all the dimensions. After that, how basically we can promote the women-led development in rural India. So firstly, we have discussed that why we need to promote it, and we have discussed the issues related to that. Now we are talking about how we can do so. So the how part is here, that steps need to be taken in order to promote women-led development in rural India? So firstly, you can talk about the policy reforms, and over there you can see that we need to bring land reforms. We need to promote the access to credit in the rural India, specifically for women. Then we need to promote education initiatives also, for example the community based programs, for example the different scholarship schemes for the girls who come from rural background. Then we need to promote the healthcare accessibility also, mobile health clinics, nutrition program. अब आप ध्यान दो यहाँ पर कि कुछ ना कुछ कीवर्ड्स यहाँ पे स्प्रिंकल किए जा रहे हैं. यहाँ हमने लिखा है मोबाइल हेल्थ क्लिनिक. अब कोई चाहता तो यहाँ पर ये भी लिख सकता था कि वी नीड टू प्रमोट हेल्थ केयर एक्सेसिबिलिटी विद रिस्पेक्ट टू वुमेन इन रूरल इंडिया. अब ये जो सेंटेंस है, इस टाइप का जो सेंटेंस को लिखेगा यहाँ पर, बहुत ही जनरल सेंटेंस है. देयर इज नो स्पेसिफिसिटी दैट इज एसोसिएटेड विद इट, बट आई वुड से एन इनकम्प्लीट अप्रोच. यू शुड ऑलवेज ट्राई टू ऐड सम स्पेसिफिसिटी, यू शुड ऑलवेज ट्राई टू ऐड सम वैल्यू so that your answer looks different from others. Fine. So that's how it works. So you can see mobile health clinic. So over here you can talk about, for example, the empowerment through self-help groups. Then the awareness campaigns, for example, the gender sensitization programs we need to promote. We need to promote legal awareness also, so that women are, they are well aware about their legal rights, their property rights, their marriage right regarding employment, and empowering them to assert their entitlements. Then the monitoring and evaluation is also something that we need to do. We need to do proper data collection, and we need to take care regarding the feedback mechanism also. Fine, so that whatever policies we have formulated, are they being implemented in a right manner or not. So that is something that can be done as a part of monitoring and evaluation. So the conclusion could be that prioritizing women-led development in rural India is not just a matter of social justice, but crucial economic strategy also. So it is not just about social role, but about the economic significance also that it carries. Fine, so that's how we can write the answer to this question. But the answer is not important. ये जो मैंने content लिखा है वो important नहीं है. जो important है वो है approach. The important thing is the mindset. You should be aware about the fact that you should address all the components of the answer. You should be aware about the fact that you need to add value to your answers through some data, through some facts, or maybe through some examples. All these things you have to take care while writing your answer. Fine, but I hope things are pretty much clear to you. Now again another question. Explain the objectives and significance of national industry. And by the way, this previous question also we had covered in perspective 360 degree. Fine, just for the sake of information on our YouTube channel. And 6 में से 4 क्वेश्चन हमारे पर्सपेक्टिव में हमने कवर किए थे. 1-2 क्वेश्चन रह गए थे क्योंकि वो प्योरली, एक तो वो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट वाला प्योरली स्टैटिक आ गया, एंड ये क्वेश्चन मैंने बजट में डिस्कस किया था, बट वी हैड नॉट डिस्कस्ड इट इन अ डिटेल मैनर. सो दिस इज समथिंग आल्सो वी हैड नॉट कवर्ड इन पर्सपेक्टिव 360 डिग्री. Fine. So basically the thing is that the question is, explain the objectives and significance of the National Industrial Corridor Development Program in boosting India's industrial growth and infrastructure development. Now the thing is that why this question is important, because this question was related to current affairs. And which component of the current affairs? Very specifically, the budget. In the budget, the government announced to launch National Industrial Park as a part of National Industrial Corridor Development Program. This is what the government decided to launch as a part of the budget. Now just I would say when the phase 2 happened just 2 months ago, what the government did, government also allocated funds with respect to a huge amount of funds with respect to this initiative that they are launched in the budget. And because of that, what I would say, the question was asked in the examination that you have to tell the objectives of this National Industrial Corridor Development Program and its significance also. Both the things I would say you had to address. And what was the background, the context of this question? The context is related to the current affairs, the budget, and also the news that the funds were allocated with respect to it. So that's why you had to prepare it. So again, you can see that you cannot underestimate the importance of current affairs. You have to prepare current affairs so that you can write the answer in a well elaborative manner. So the thing is that NICDP, it is a strategy initiative with respect to Government of India. Okay, let me read the full question. Firstly, it is asking about the objective and significance and in boosting India industrial growth. And okay, this is the question. They are asking about the objective and the significance only. Fine. Now let us see the answer. So the NICDP, it is an initiative that aims at enhancing industrial growth and infrastructure development across the country. So basically you can talk about that what is the objective. Then basically it was launched initially with Delhi Mumbai industrial corridor in 2007, and it seeks to establish world-class world-class industrial cities equipped with cutting-edge technologies and sustainable infrastructure. Now, what is the objective? The objective is to boost the manufacturing sector. No doubt regarding that. The second objective is urbanization and infrastructure development. The third objective is the regional economic growth, because by strategically locating industrial corridors in various states, it aims to promote balanced regional development so that the manufacturing or the industrial development is not restricted to a certain part of the country only. The benefit of this industrial development, it gets sprinkled all across the country, fine, all across the economy, so that there is no sort of disparity between the urban area and the rural area, and there is no disparity between the different states also. So that is something that is taken care as a part of this NICDP. Then after that, the sustainable development. So the NICDP ensures green technologies also in urban planning, and also it focuses on creation of smart cities, fine, where we are linking the urbanization with the technology, and this can be achieved with the help of the smart cities, fine. So this is also this plan envisions. Now after that, the significance of NICDP, it will play the role with respect to economic transformation. Then the attraction of FDI also, because the foreign countries, they will see it as an attractive destination. Then the infrastructure improvements also, which it is going to focus upon. Then the employment generation also, fine. And apart from that, the innovation and technology. So all these things are going to be a result of this NICDP, because it focuses on the I would say infrastructure development, it focuses on the manufacturing sector. So whatever I would say the objectives, the importance is related to this infrastructure and the manufacturing industries, the same points you can write under this NICDP also, fine. Directly or indirectly you can generate content with respect to it, even if you have not covered it while you during your preparation. Then after that you can write about the current development also, which will of course give you the additional marks in the examination, because this is the most recent development, that as of 2024 the Union Cabinet approved the development of 12 new industrial nodes, which are part of the ongoing expansion of an NICDP. These nodes are being planned in states such as Uttarakhand, Punjab, Maharashtra and Kerala, among others, or designed to operate as smart cities with emphasis on sustainable development and efficient urban living, fine. So that is how this is the most recent development with respect to this NICDP, and I would say this question can be categorized it either moderate or the difficult also, fine. Moderate for those who were able to generate at least the second part of the body. I know when it comes to the first part of the body where you had to write the objective, over there I would say it could be a bit challenging, because they are very much factual and you need to be precise with respect to it. But when we talk about the importance, I would say you could have replicated the other points also. I mean, the points you could have written under the importance of infrastructure development or the manufacturing sector, those points can be replicated over here, because this whole NICDP is related to those objectives only. So for those students it would be moderate. Otherwise, if you have no idea, then it would be a difficult question for you, fine. So that is the idea, because it was directly linked to current affair only. Though the knowledge was static, but the background of the question was related to current affairs. Now the last question, examine the pros and cons of implementing artificial intelligence in the banking sector. Now this question I would say was related to again current affairs. Though again this looks static, it is a static question, no doubt regarding it. It is asking about the pros and cons with respect to implementation of artificial intelligence in the banking sector. But the thing is that if we talk about the background of this question, it is linked to current affairs, because I would say when this exam happened, this phase 2 exam happened just 3 to 4 months ago on RBI, the deputy governor, he gave a speech related to this topic, which is the impact of artificial intelligence in the banking sector. So somebody who was going through that RBI website, he would be in a good position to answer this question. But I know that a lot of students are not able to do that because of the wide coverage of the syllabus. You have a lot of other things also to prepare, but I'm just sharing the background, because when I scanned the RBI website, I was able to find that this was something that was discussed by deputy governor as a part of the media interactions, fine. So that's why this question was asked, and the answer, if you know the answer, you can write it. If you do not know, still you can, I would say, beat around the bush, and you can get at least some minimum marks with respect to this question. So we know that AI has revolutionized various sectors, and banks are no exception, and all these things you can write connecting the AI and banking as a part of the introduction. Then the question is very much straightforward. It is asking about the pros and the cons. So over here you can see the pros of AI in banking, that it aims to it provides the enhanced customer service experience. So over here you can write such examples also. America's Erica, which offers 24/7 customer support. So such type of examples you can write. Fine. Apart from that, there is a example of SBI also. Fine. SBI uses this chatbot, which is SIA. Fine, SIA. So that could be another example with respect to enhanced customer service. If you want to remember that, you can remember it. Fine. Now the next point is fraud detection and the fraud detection and security. So AI's continuous monitoring capabilities, they enhance the fraud detection also. So after that, we have operational efficiency and the cost reduction. For example, Citibank, it uses AI to streamline back office processes and loan applications faster with few errors. Then after that, we have the risk management also, which is another advantage of that. It helps in the risk management. Then after that, we have the challenges, the cons. So it has risks with respect to data privacy and security concerns. Then the high implementation costs that are there. After that, there is algorithm bias, because AI algorithm, it may inadvertently perpetuate biases from historical data, and that can, of course, it can lead to unfair outcomes related to loan approvals or credit scoring. Then after that, the job displacement, another relevant point as far as the cons of the AI impact on banking sector is concerned. Fine, because when the technology will come, it has potential to replace certain type of human jobs. Fine. So job displacement can be another cons with respect to this overall scenario. Then lastly, we have the conclusion. Now again, I'm repeating that you don't have to put such kind of separate heading for the conclusion. This is just we have written for your reference. Fine. So while AI offers XYZ, it offers the benefits, but apart from that, it has some kind of challenges also. So what we need to do, we need to address those challenges so that we the AI it can combine with AI driven automation and human expertise, and at the end, what we are able to do, we are able to generate maximum potential. We are able to extract maximum potential with respect to AI as far as the banking sector is concerned. Again, this question was moderate, and for some students, I agree, it would be very difficult if they don't have any idea regarding, if they don't have any content with respect to this topic. But overall, I would say the difficulty level was moderate. Fine. So these were the questions that were asked as a part of the discussion.
Okay, so guys, I hope you have watched the video and you have got a fair bit of idea that how this examination has approached or evolved in the past 4 years, that is from 2021 onwards. Then also I would say that the important thing that is there is that you get an idea that okay, there is no defined pattern, but somehow what you can expect is series. So that is a mixture of a paper, okay, where you can expect reports. It might be a thing that there will be schemes, which will again be something that they will recall back and started asking questions on schemes. It might be a mixture of ESI static or ESI current affairs. So you never know, but I would say for a comprehensive preparation, again, I would say guys, if you want a comprehensive preparation, you guys can go with this phase 1, phase 2 dedicated crash course that we have offered to you guys, where again, we are not missing or we are not leaving anything undone. We are not saying that, okay, let's focus on schemes, focus on reports because reports has been asked. No, we're not saying only just cover only schemes. I would advise you should cover holistic preparation. You should cover holistically the whole ESI part, be it schemes, current affairs, static, or your reports part, because the question can be asked from any domain. Okay. Then along with that, for finance and management also, your descriptive answer writing, your objective based paper, all things are being catered here. So you can enroll to this specific crash course. And if I talk about you just want to practice the MCQs, you guys can go with this phase 2 test series. And now guys, if you're a student who is targeting the examination of 2026, so you can also subscribe to our RBI Grade B Gold course if you just start from the basic, because that is the right time for you guys to build your basic concepts like quant, reasoning, English, that can be done at this point of time. Your finance, management, ESI static, these are the things that can be tackled, and if you prepare them at an initial stage, that will really boost your preparation, because then only if I talk about current affairs is something left, but if you have all the basics covered, that will really give you an edge over the other students. And if somehow you are a student who felt that I am really good in quant, reasoning, English, only thing that I really need a help is with regards to your topics of finance, management, ESI static, or your phase 2 related topics like descriptive answer writing. So you can subscribe to our silver course here, where everything concerned of your phase 2 is going to be provided to you here. Now, how you guys can subscribe to these courses? For that, guys, just go to the website of EduTap, that is www.edutab.in. click on the courses, click on RBI Grade B courses, and when you will scroll down here, these are the courses that have been offered. If you are preparing the RBI with any other examination that is in your mind or regulatory body examination, you can subscribe to any combo course. And if I talk about the single courses, as I told you about phase 2 test series, so at present flat 75% is being available when I am making this video. Obviously this discounts keep on changing, so whenever you visit to the website, the whatever will be the latest discount will be provided to you here. Okay, same goes for live crash course. Again, 71% off is given here. And then if I talk about your gold course, so that is what is being provided to you. Okay, so guys, this is all about this video. I hope this video was fruitful for you for your upcoming examination. Take a point, I would say note down the points which you have analyzed here, work on those things, structure your preparation, and rock on the deciding day in the phase 2 examination. So wishing you all the best, guys. Take care. Any doubt in your mind, then also we are with you. Just drop us an email at hello@edutap.co.in, or you guys can also contact with us on the mobile number that is 81462 07241. Chalo guys, bye bye.